Hi chat! Welcome to another stream. Hopefully your day is going well. Oh no, where's my notifications? I did not turn on my notifications. I'm gonna guess that's Michaela. That's gonna be my guess. Notifications. It is Michaela! Thank you for hosting. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, what day is today? We've also got Milk the Utters. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. That's a great name. I love that. Let's see. Today is what day is today? It is Wednesday, October 28th. Oh, which means I forgot to pay rent yesterday, so I gotta pay rent for this terrible place that I'm living at right now, which has terrible internet. But I'm gonna put my checkbook over there so I don't forget to pay rent. I apparently forgot yesterday. But welcome. It is still 2020 somehow. And oh my goodness, there are so many people here today. How's it going, everyone? Let me say hi to everybody. We've got Baldathas, who was first, who says, hello, but gotta go watch TV because we're probably gonna have a lockdown in France again. I mean, I wish we had a lockdown here. It might actually make the situation a little bit better, but so much for that. We've also got Michaela here. We've got Rollers. Hello. We've also got RKJ. We've got Solus. We've got I Satisfied. Wait, why didn't the emotes? Oh, you still have the old emotes, I Satisfied. That's hilarious. I can't believe Twitch has cached those for so long. I mean, I guess changing emote prefixes is not a common occurrence, so they probably haven't optimized for that in the app. Boogs everywhere. But anyway, we've also got El Papa Pig, we've got Yoda Droid, we've got Halt and Catch. How's it going, everyone? We've also got Drunk Time Lord. Wait, there's Halloween emotes, says RKJ? Wait, are there Halloween emotes? How do you get them? Do you have to, like, sub or whatever, gift subs, or does this mean I'm gonna have to do some buttons? Is that what's going on here? Anyway. Hey, what's up, Ian Ducal? Hello, good to see you again. Try and reduce Python emp size by 99%. Are you a wizard? So I've already done a little bit of research into this. Let me show you how we're gonna do this. It turns out that pip virtualenv or pip wheel and setup tools are a little bit chunky, and in a lot of cases in precommit, they're unnecessary after installation. So we can probably do a clever little thing where we purge those three packages after the virtualenv is set up, and save a bunch of disk space. So let me just show you. Here's a virtualenv that I made. du-hs venv. You can see that it starts out about 8 to 10 megabytes at the starting point. And let's say that we pip install flake8, for example, into this VM. And if we look at the virtualenv size now, okay, flake8 is a little bit bigger than I remembered. Okay, so maybe we won't be able to save 99% here. But some of the repositories that I was looking at, it was about a 99% saving. So here it's only like a, 60% savings, but 60% is pretty significant. Hey, what's up, RKJ? Oh, RKJ has gifted a sub to Ian Ducal. Thank you for the gift sub. RKJ, did it do emotes? Did we see one? Oh, we did gift emotes. Just for the emotes, Kappa. Well, there's a button for you too. But yeah, you can see here that it's about 14 megs, and if we no longer need pip or setup tools or wheel at this point, so we could do pip uninstall pip setup tools wheel. Actually, we would have to do python -m pip if we want to be compatible on Windows, because we're uninstalling pip while it's in use. I will have to double check that because I'm pretty sure this is fine. I should have done -y, and then after this, the VM will be much smaller. So you can see it's like 2. Wait, this doesn't add up at all. What the fuck? So it's 8.6 before. We installed something and it went up by 5.4 megs. And then we uninstalled 3 things, and now it's down to 1.8 megs. What's going on here? None of this makes sense. Anyway. It's much smaller now. That's the point. That's the point that I want to make. But this is kind of an optimization and not what I want to focus on first. So this is the third thing we're gonna try and do today. Assuming we get through the first 2, but who knows? Hey, what's up, Shazrobot? Hello, hello. Captain says, hello, Anthony. So glad I'm getting notifications again. Awesome. Well, welcome back. Good to see you. Unidroid bans rollers for spamming emotes and not enough stars. Drunk Diamond says, don't forget precommit.egginfo. Wait, what about egginfo? Hey, what's up, Jaholo? Hello, hello. Good to see you again. And Memphs, how's it going? Michaela says, pay half the rent and say you'll pay the rest after she fixes the electricity, right? Wait, people still manually pay rent? Yeah, yo, my landlord is stuck in, like, I don't know, the fucking 60s where you mail a check to pay for rent. Mail a check to pay the rent, which is obnoxious, but that's the way things go, I guess. And she used to give me stamps. Now I have to go out and buy stamps, too, which is kind of annoying. But she also used to give me envelopes. Now I don't get envelopes anymore. I bought envelopes. It's now that envelopes and stamps are expensive, but it's just something to complain about. Joel says, I already got a gifted subscription, so I can't get a new one right now. Oh, I see. Kayla says Fibonacci tabs. Oh no. It's gonna be like tabs. Oh yeah, I've seen this. No, I've seen this. This is pretty good. This is, to hell with you spaces and tabs people. We're gonna do Fibonacci tabs. It looks pretty cool. It also, I think, achieves the goal of discouraging very, very deep nested indentation, but anyway. Yes, the golden kappa is no longer there. No, not everyone has golden kappas now, which is good. Oh, Jaholo continued the gift sub they got from Fixer Jake. Okay, I still don't know why Streamlabs doesn't notice that, because chat notices it, and I'm pretty sure if I set up a webhook, I would get a webhook for it. So I don't know what's up with that. But thank you for continuing your gift sub. Appreciate that. Hello, Broken Mirrors. Hello, welcome back. Just for the emotes. Were they Halloween emotes, RKJ? Is that what happened, or are they still the K-pop emotes? Because I didn't get the emotes, so I can't really verify. And it doesn't look like anyone spammed them in chat. The keyboard cam is crooked. Damn it. Anytime we have like a little slight earthquake in here, the keyboard cam gets slightly askew. There we go. And they happen pretty often. He's just typing while drifting. Yeah. Honestly, I had the keywords like this earlier, because I had to like take them down for watching movies on this screen here. Because otherwise the keyboards are too high and they cut off like the very bottom part of the screen. But anyway, I had them like slightly tilted. Whoa! Jay Phillips has gifted 5 subs to Feelhy, Bad Cafe, Catherine for 5 months, Sebastian, and Gaming with E Marco. Thank you for the gift subs, Jay Phils. And we're getting off to a good start here. Off to a great start of the stream. Thank you for the gift subs, really appreciate it, and welcome back. And if you guys don't know, Jay Phils, actually let me put this back so that I can actually type like a normal person. If you guys don't know Jay Phils, Jay Phil, oh, that's not tabbed right. ITS, there we go. Jay Phils is also a streamer and a programmer. Although you haven't been streaming in a while. Are you gonna get back into streaming, Jay Phils, or maybe you haven't? I just missed the stream. But thank you again for the gift subs. Really appreciate it. I'm White Knife says cache, temp, etc. I mean, there shouldn't be any temporary or cache files. I don't actually know why this size is so different. I don't know what's up with that. It's too early to start doing math, right? Kevin says, not to get too political, but have you voted? Yes, indeed. I voted like 2 weeks ago, by mail. Behemoth says, I do that for my mortgage. Roller says the only check I write is to pay rent. Yeah, same here. Behemoth says, I did factorial on 6502. Like 6502 assembly? Yo, that's hardcore. That's pretty cool. Joel says, renewed it for another month because you launched alpha. Oh, cool. Right. Yeah, I remember you were saying that. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. It's the K-pop ones. I see. Every tiny little earthquake, there's annoying little itty earthquakes. As someone in the Midwest, it's literally unbelievable. There were earthquakes in Michigan a couple years ago, but yeah, again, like They're a lot more common here. They basically, I mean, they happen so often that I just don't even really notice them all that much. But yeah. JPhil says, "Congrats on 5K stars." Yeah, I did want to talk about that real quickly since it just happened yesterday. Precommit. Oh, this is rounded, so we can't actually see it from there. Precommit has finally passed 5,000 stars on GitHub. So it's now at 5,009. Star history. There's kind of some cool graphs to show. I don't really like this one, but it works well enough. They have intentionally taken some artistic liberty that makes the graph unusable, which I think is dumb. Like, they're using the weird XKCD matplotlib filter, so like the lines are crooked and like you can kind of see the trend, but like it's a lot more straight line if you're doing, you know, a normal graph. But I don't know, pretty reasonable growth there. You can see a slight exponential curve as well, which I think is pretty exciting. But yeah, the growth has been pretty nuts. You can see that in the year 2000 we've already gotten, or the year 2000, the year 2020, it's already gotten you know, more than 1,200 stars, somewhere around there, which is pretty exciting. But anyway. Hey, what's up, I am White Knife. Hello. And Sebastian, how's it going? JPhil says, "Streaming tonight. New job has been kicking my ass." Oh, nice. Well, I'll have to tune into your stream later. Shazarot says, "Please vote if you live in the US. Indeed, please vote. Please. Also, if you were planning to do a mail-in ballot, it is likely too late to mail it in a lot of states, so go to a drop-off point, drop off your mail-in ballot instead of mailing it. But please just vote." I can't stress this enough. Muhammad says, "Recursive 6502 factorial in assembly is 20 lines." Oh, cool. That's awesome. Michaela says, "And then half your state is on fire for half the year too, so it's just like shrugs." Yeah, California is kind of a mess from natural disaster perspective, especially with climate change. It's making everything way more extreme with temperatures and fires and all that shenanigans. Alexa, hello, welcome back, says, "There was a class at university where we implemented binary trees in MIPS assembly as homework." Ooh, I've done like multiplication. We also did a Pythagorean's triangle. We did that in assembly, but it was a very low level assembly that it had 9 instructions or like 10 instructions or something. It was essentially like a advent of code problem. But Pythoneer says, "Hi man, I've never seen anybody code like you before. You write Python code at such an advanced level. Could you recommend a learning resource or something that helped you reach the level you're at today? I find it awesome how the knowledge you have in Python is so detailed." That's a good question. The thing is, I have mostly learned the things that I know by building projects and learning necessarily knowledge as I build those projects, and like, you know, constantly looking into, you know, new features of the language and other stuff like that. And so honestly, most of my learning has been like, you know, Google search, Stack Overflow, reading the Python docs, and building a bunch of junk. Not all of it is junk, but some of it is junk. And that's how I learn the best. Some people are different. Like, some people like to learn from books, some people like to learn from videos, some people like to learn from blog posts. I like to learn by building things and searching documentation. It's the drop song. But yeah, that's my advice there, is to build stuff. Let's see if you can do it without jump, says Drunk Tom Hard. Ooh, doing it without jump would be tricky. Yeah, I don't know how you would do that. I mean, you would have to... Actually, how would you do it without jump? I feel like you need jump to do that. But anyway. Viresh says, "Whenever I install Ubuntu on a VM like VMware or VirtualBox, that's always way too laggy to use as my main system. Any suggestions?" So I'm using a virtual machine right now. You can check out my video about this. Focal. And this video talks about how I set up my virtual machine, and so you can see the particular settings that I use. But it, you know, seems pretty all right. And even on my laptop, which is way less powerful than this machine, it doesn't really lag. It's completely usable. Hey, what's up, Usama and Origin? Thank you both for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. Joholo says an SSD can help a ton. Also, enough CPU cores. Do you have the guest editions installed? Yeah, the guest editions are helpful. An SSD helps a lot with the boot time. I definitely agree with that. And if you're doing I/O heavy workloads, because most virtual machines, like the processor level stuff, has come a long way to where you know, processor switching for virtual machines isn't really a big deal. But most of your cost is going to come in like graphical computation and I/O, because I/O is still virtualized and not like a native. It's implemented entirely in software, and you know, translates to a different file format thingy thing on disk. But yeah. Hey, what's up, iProgram kids? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully that's not a verb. That sounds weird. Anyway. Sierpinski triangle. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. I said Pythagorean's triangle earlier, but or are there two of them? Pythagorean triangle. How do you spell Sierpinski triangle? It wasn't this one either. Fuck. It's some math dude's triangle. It's the one with like 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 3, 3, 1. What is it? What is it? The Pascal triangle? Yeah, Pascal's triangle. Okay, this was the one. This was the one that we computed. Anyway, some dude's triangle. Drop song, AWC drop song, right? What is the drop song actually? It is this YouTube video. Drop precommit song. Yeah, I like that. Hey, what's up, Inspiring Note with the mini kappa? You literally can't loops require jumps with macros. Yeah, exactly. Hey, what's up, Usama? Hello, hello. Air quality is moderate again today. Yeah. I think that's called parenting. Yeah. Okay, cool. We're caught up in chat. Let's get started with the actual programming today. Or programming, as we say. Hey, what's up, Joe Gelly? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let me show you the problem today, and then I'll show you how I want to fix it. So this is related to precommit CI, but it is mostly an open source problem, so we're gonna try and fix it in open source today. I guess I'll show you the exact problem first. Go through my previous pull requests here. I actually made a pull request to my brother's repository because it was using precommit CI and broken slightly. And let me show you the error that we're getting, and then I'll show you why that error is happening and how we're going to fix it, as well as how I worked around it here, because I think that's kind of useful. So this was a failing precommit CI run. And you can see we got this output here. Module not found, please upgrade node, which this is the funniest error that I've seen. I thought this error was hilarious. Hilarious, but anyway, so installing Prettier in the old way causes it to fail to import any of its dependencies, and it's due to the way that precommit installs repositories. And so we're going to try and change the way that that this works today. We're gonna see how that works though. So let me git clone githubcom /prettier. So this is the repository that we were trying to install. I'm going to emulate how precommit installs this and then show you why it's broken. And why it works in precommit but not precommit CI. And that's kind of what we want to avoid. So the first thing that precommit does is it makes a node environment. We're actually going to use -n system because it's going to be faster today. And I already have functioning. Oops. Oh no. I closed the window. I didn't want to do that. We already have a functioning node and npm on the system, so we can use the npm we can use -n system for making this node environment. So it makes a node env. It goes really fast because it's system type. Ooh, got hiccups today. Activate that. And precommit does a 2-stage install to install this. So the first thing it does is it does npm install dot. This does whatever building. This is very similar to how npm installs from a Git repository, which is what I was trying to emulate. But anyway, this takes forever. As people call this the npm bomb. We'll just wait while this runs because it takes a while. And then what it does is it does npm install -g dot. This will install a global install, but we have a node environment, so it installs it globally into this prefix here. So if we do this now, this should be really fast because it already has the dependencies installed. Yeah, you can see how it didn't do anything here. And that's fine and dandy. And now if I do prettier -help, you can see that we can use prettier, and like it's installed properly at this point. The problem with this is, if you look inside this, and it's an implementation detail of npm, that's the problem here that we're gonna have to work around. If you look inside nmv node modules, you'll see that we have prettier here, and if you're familiar with the coloring, this is a symlink. And then it's actually a relative symlink. And interestingly enough, we actually ran into another bug on OpenBSD with this symlinking. And so we'll actually fix kind of 2 bugs here by removing this symlink. And the problem with this is the way precommit builds this repository is it downloads this nmf directory, but it deletes everything else inside of this location here, only the checked in files. So you can imagine if we simulated that by removing node modules here, you can see, oops, oh my god, I was off by 1 on my keyboard. Now what is happening here? rmrf node modules, there we go. rmrf node modules. And now if I do prettier -help, we should get the same error that we saw before. Yeah, with the please upgrade node. Hey, what's up? MRX. Should I just say something lewd? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But you can see now we get that same please upgrade node error. So let's deactivate node. Let's clean this repository, and I'm going to show you how we're going to try and approach this differently. That should fix this problem. Oh man, I'm behind on chat again. Dang it. Isama says, hey man, can you suggest me the repositories to contribute to in Python or Angular? Actually, I have a video about working in open source in general and getting started in open source. Explains open source. Did that link the right video? Yeah, that's the right video. So check out this video. This is kind of my advice on contributing to open source in general, and also like a quick way to get started. I also have this video. God damn it, that's not what it's called. Explains pull request. Explains. I'm just guessing at the title now. Ah. Okay, we'll we'll actually find that video for you because I apparently have forgotten what the title is. See, PR should have matched. I don't know why it didn't match. Anyway, this is the video that I was talking about. So check out that video as well. That will talk about the making a simple pull request. But that's my advice for getting through there. Thanks for the link, but why is it called the drop song? Because it has a sick drop. Yeah. Poke Teams, what a nerd. Yeah. And it says, I saw your brother's Pokemon project. Looks really good. Yeah. Drunk Dynamite says, I tried RTX voice today and it's practically magic. Yeah, yo. RTX voice is actual magic. That is kind of amazing. Alexa says, Anthony writes code. I've got an annoying market tactic for you to use for precommit CI. Does it involve like sending people pull requests? Because I don't really want to do that. He's about to send an email to everyone who has starred precommit. Oh, that would be so annoying. I think what I'm going to do with it, though, is I'm going to reach out to companies that I know are using it. And see if they'd be willing to, pay for an enterprise version. Because I think that's probably a better tactic than annoying people. I really hate when people email me from my GitHub stuff. Unless they're actually like trying to support me in some way. Like I get these like stupid surveys all the time, like, oh, you contributed to Docker. Let me ask you about my Docker things. And I'm like, no, sorry, I don't no, bye. Please don't do this. But anyway. Manada says it's locked down, but with schools open like in Ireland and Wales. I see. Kayla says you stole Anthony's last name. RKJ says, I noticed that Prettier are recommending using RevMain in their new precommit repo. I was going to make an issue, but saw that you got there first. Yeah, I did make an issue on that. The nice thing, at least, is the way precommit CI handles this is it makes using branches less helpful. Well, it will pin the branch version at the first time that it runs for anyone. And so if people complain like, why is this old? It's like, why are you using an unsupported workflow? But weirdly enough, like all of these are branches right now, which is kind of messed up. Like if you look here, they have branches for all the versions instead of tags, and it's supposed to be tags. Precommit works best with tags. But I made an issue on this yesterday. Yeah, why branches? Oh, someone else made an issue too. Please use tags instead of branches. Someone... No. Anyway. Thank you, Liberte Hunden and Joel996X and Himaric. Thank you all for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, they should use tags. I don't know why, like, it seems like every time I recommend something to them, they do exactly the opposite. So maybe I should just start, you know, recommending in the other direction, but... Anyway, Drunk Time Mode says, if you have Chocolatey on Windows, do Choco install Link Shell extension, and then you can right-click on a folder to create a symlink of it. Oh, that's cool. Merrick says, did I hear lewd? Are you a man of culture too? What does that mean? I just feel like a lot of times I read people's names in chat and like don't even think about it, and sometimes it's like something that's not exactly PC. Hey, what's up, Ted Mutsick? Hello, hello. Welcome. And Feely, how's it going? And Stefa, hello. Feely says, am I a sub? Yes, I believe you got a gift sub earlier today. Updated version says, do you have an Anthony explains for that git clean command? I do not updated version. That is a good idea. Idea git clean fxfd. But yes, that is one of the few, like, one of the commands that's a little bit weird that I have memorized that I should probably go over. But hey, welcome back, by the way, updated version. Good to see you again. Hey, what's up, Ted Mutsick? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. The other server says, hey, Mr. Anthony, did you have a big deploy party? I mean, we did a stream on Monday when we launched it. I had some beers. It was fun. It's not, you know, completely launched yet. Like, the homepage doesn't link you to the actual results.precommit.ci, which is where the actual alpha preview part begins. So it intentionally has a bit of a discovery problem right now, just because I haven't done anything for scaling. So, and there's a bunch of bugs that I have to fix. But it does work. Oh, look, Talks set it up. That's cool. Looks like Gabby Burnett set it up on all the repositories. This is actually kind of cool. I didn't set this up. Gabby Burnett probably set this up. So this probably means that some of these are already using. Is Talks itself using it? Oh, look, we've got runs on master. Yo. That's pretty cool. But anyway. Yay, early adopters. But yes, we did have a bit of a party. The Starburst says, quick question for you. Is there a way for a function to communicate with another function without the use of pass by reference or by parameters in C++? Without the use of pass by references or parameters. I mean, are you trying to be pedantic or not? Because you can set global variables and communicate that way. I don't think it's a good idea. You could also, I mean, if you're not allowed to use parameters, it severely limits the way that you can communicate between two things. But I mean, you could use globals. You could have an object that has state and communicate via state functions there. But no, just use parameters. That's probably the easiest way to do that. He says, so hi, I just started a funny project in Python named Felix. What is that project about? Yeah, you missed the drop song, Build Out This. It's not magic, it's AI cap. RKJ says, hey, undefined behavior, that guy's fun. Oh yeah, I guess you could also do with undefined behavior. Like write to random memory and hope that it works. Moment says, do you need to pip install precommit? So precommit CI, you don't need to pip install anything. But yeah, the idea behind precommit.com, which is the open source tool, is yeah, you set it up either by pip install. There's also some other ways, like you can install it with brew or conda, although the conda shit is broken in weird ways, which is annoying, but out of my control. Conda has different ideas about how things should work. And soon there will actually be a way that you can download a zip app, which will mean that you don't need any installation at all. Just pull a particular file and get that working. Timeline says, did you see this? Is this the pull request that added youtubedl to the DMCA repo? I think I did see this. No, I didn't see this. This is hilarious. Konnichiwa, RIA-kun. I've been looking through the pull requests, and this has to be the most cursed one. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, that's amazing. Yeah, what's up, Inspiring Note? Hello, hello. Global scope says Origin. Indeed, indeed. I was gonna say something. What was I gonna say? I was gonna show you guys something. Shit. Just forgotten. Damn it. Anyway. I'm sure we'll get back to it at some point. Hey, what's up, Viking Coder? Hello, hello. And m2dev.net. Good to see you. This is at Conda, right? Fuck Conda. Hey, Initiative! How's it going? Who says Ant Honey? Indeed, indeed. You didn't even use the emotes. Or the emojis. But yes. What the fuck did I just join in on? Right? Right, Initiative? Oh, I know what I want to show you guys. I found another way that we can distribute youtubedl. youtubedl. You still have this on their website, right? So I'm going to show you a way that we can make a permanent art installation of youtubedl using a project that I made. Git clone git at githubcom acetility/color code. I thought about this the other day. I haven't actually tried this, so I don't know whether it works. This is some really, really old code that I wrote. I believe... Yeah, it's in demo.py. So we can actually make art from the youtubedl source code. youtubedl. By putting a URL in here. And I believe it's just make demo? Make all. Make. Okay, so that should set up our art here. Hey, what's up, Not an Undercover Cop? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And this takes a while because anyway, it uses this thing's actually pretty cool. I wrote this as a hackathon project in 2014, 2015, something like that. Basically, it takes a file, and this is Yelp-Cheetah. This is a templating language that I wrote, which I don't know. I kind of like this syntax better than like Jinja or whatever. No, I didn't drop any frames today, RKJ. Haven't dropped any frames, so that's got to be on you this time. But anyway, it reads bytes and it makes pretty art. Let me show you what that looks like, and we can look at the youtubedl one here. So this is, for example, like what dominant looks like encoded as this art. There's actually two ways that it encodes this. This one takes widths into account, and this one doesn't have widths. I kind of like this one better, but I don't know. This one is at least... I think this one's more aesthetically pleasing, but I think this one is more like computer codey, you know? There's actually some cool insights that you can get out of, you know, writing, you know, binaries into art like this. Like you can see, like, you know, these are generally bright colors. This is mostly where the code region of this binary is. And then you can see these dull colors. And these dull colors are an indication of ASCII text. For whatever reason, whenever you encode ASCII text, well, I know why. It's because the letters and numbers are in a particular region that maps to colors that are more muted. And so, you know, whenever you see this sort of pattern, this is ASCII text. And then down here is, you know, the symbol table or globals table. But kind of a cool little art project here. You get a little bit of different results when, again, you can still see these dull colors here. But you get a little bit of a different result with the widths. But what I wanted to see if it worked is if we can encode youtubedl. Yeah, so this is apparently youtubedl encoded as art. And so you could, I don't know, distribute this, you could distribute this as like a art installation. The thing is, this file is extremely large and Firefox kind of fails to render, it looks like. Yeah. But anyway, it's kind of cool. We got sad tabbed. Okay, but anyway, it's kind of a cool thing. The other neat thing is, I think we have to do this without widths. This one is actually very interesting. We shrink this down. This is the YouTube or the precommit favicon. Oh, I gotta go smaller than that, it looks like. But there's a way that you can actually see the precommit logo in this, but upside down. Oh, there it goes. Kind of. I don't know, somebody showed me this before. Maybe it's the ones with... Oh, this is the Yelp logo. It's not the one I want. That's the one that I want. Precommit logo. Let me zoom this down a bunch. Yeah, here we go. This is a .ico file. That's gonna come together? No? Oh, there we go. There it was. So you can see, this is the ICO file of the precommit logo. And interestingly, the bytes in the file are actually upside down, which I think is kind of cool. But like this is, you know, this is kind of a cool, really cool example of showing a bitmap file rendered in code. Also, you guys can see this on GitHub. acetility.github.io/colorcode, I think is the URL. Yeah, so you can check that out here. But anyway, I thought this was pretty cool. You can kind of see the logo, but upside down. Hey, what's up, Busal? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh my god, I'm so far behind in chat now. The answer says this guy's 100% legit. I don't know why the maintainers don't care. Yeah, this guy is 100% correct. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Still nanoing? No, Viking Coder. I'm using Babby, but I have nano aliased. Type nano. So I type nano, but it opens Babby. What did you call this templating? It's called Yelp Cheetah. It is technically the fastest Python templating language. But nobody uses it. Cheetah hacked by Yelpers, and by Yelpers it was me. 100% me. There's actually a really cool graph of the code here, because most of what I did to make it fast was remove a fuck ton of stupid features. And I think it's on the getCodeTet homepage. It is actually a graph of the source code over time for that repository. Yeah, you can see This is the Yelp Cheetah code base. This is when it was called Cheetah, and this is when I started working on the project. And this was while I added test coverage and ported to Python 3 and did a whole bunch of stuff that made it way better. But anyway, that's that. Looks like you're defragging, indeed. Ophelia says, sorry if there's some English errors. I am French or Python errors. Oh, this is your new project. Cool. Cool. Oh, it's like a... Oh, this is... Right. This is your sibling thing. Cool. Awesome. This looks like something you can sell in a museum. So I actually have a photo of me at the Modern Art Museum in San Francisco, and the MoMA, and there was a fucking painting on the wall that looked exactly like these art things. Apparently there was this guy in like the 80s that had exactly the same idea, although he manually placed all of these blocks one at a time. But it was just like really mind-blowing to be like, wait, isn't that my art? Did they steal my art? But no, it was some guy in the 80s. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Hey, what's up, somecodingguy? How's it going? If you guys don't know somecodingguy, he's a coding guy that produces content on Twitch, so check out their channel as well. Hey, what's up, Albert? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hey, what's up, Heap1? Hello. Heap1 says, are you using Babby now? I was watching a long time ago when you were making it. Also, welcome back, Heap1. Good to see you. Yes, I am using Babby full-time now. You can see I have nano aliased Babby here. If you somehow don't know my channel, Babby is a text editor that I created from scratch in Python. Zepbus says, surprisingly compact for a kind of bulky binary. Oh, it's a tarball, it's a TGZ. But yeah, hashtag art. The bytes are upside down. Won't all the bits fall out? Right, RKJ? Initiative says, yeah, usually it's because you work with a left-bottom origin, but a byte array is going to inherently be top-right originated. Is that true? I mean, an image would usually be top-left oriented. Just splat out the bytes in order. So I don't know why this is upside down. It doesn't seem like it should be upside down. Most bitmap formats are not upside down, but this one was for some reason. Wusal says, have I just seen Python and open source together? Indeed, that is what we do usually on this channel. Some kind of guy says, commit log as all removes up front. Yeah. It's true. Hey, Juicebox0's here. Hello. Heap1 says, how happy are you with Babby? I am... There's some stuff that I need to fix in it and some features that I need to add, but I'm much happier with it than I was with Nano. It's, you know, it's much better. Hey, what's up, OffRamp34? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Efficiency gain, says Origin. Yes, I have been more efficient. Some kind of guy says, did you ever see the game Year's Revenge? That does not sound familiar to me. Hey, what's up, Barthino? Hello. I guess you're gonna be DMCA'd by the 80s art guy in that case that spelled out this rip. Rip. Hello, JB Pratt. Hello. The middle part of the game screen is basically a visualization of the source code. Whoa. Yeah, this is I've done some, anyway, here. Elmander, you can go here and read more about it. But Anthony telling newcomers that we code on this channel. Yikes. Fucking called out, man. Oh, this comes from Firefox. Okay, cool, we figured that out. A couple streams ago, we were like, where does this weird message come from? Okay, but anyway, what I want to show you guys is a new way to build prettier that doesn't involve that weird symlink. And the way that works, or the way that I got it, I think it works, vmbin, node env. Actually, I don't actually know how it's gonna work. Oops, I forgot to do system. We downloaded node. Bin activate, npm install. I think there's another install that doesn't use a directory. Yeah, we can use a tarball. I think the TGZ will prevent it from making symlinks. So, but I gotta figure out how to make a TGZ. Is it npm package? npm package? I thought it was npm pack. It is npm pack. Okay. For anything that is installable, command will fetch it and then copy it and write the file names out to standard out. Will it always be? What happens if some part of packaging writes npm pack dot? That seems right, I guess. And then I should be able to just do npm I this guy? Will that work? Alright, we need to do npm I-g. That'll be more like... What did we get here? eResolve, unable to resolve dependency tree. What the fuck? What about -g? -g is what I actually want, so hopefully that'll work. Okay, that looks good. We shouldn't have ended up with the node modules here. Yeah, we have no node modules here. All of the node modules should have ended up inside here. That looks correct. We should have node modules and then a bunch of junk in there. That looks good. So I should be able to run prettier --help. Cool. And what happens if we try run clean? Yeah, okay, perfect. So we just made the TGZ, we installed in there. Okay, so that's how I'm gonna install instead of the weird, wacky way that I'm installing stuff right now. Juice says, I have a ton of meetings today, so will it be scarce? I hope you have a good stream though. Awesome. Well, have fun with your meetings. Elevator says, why did you send me to a color website? I'm colorblind. I feel offended. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, bud. That's what it is. It is what it is. It's literally just colors. Hey, what's up, Cobrafit? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Heap1 says, I want to learn more about Babby. Oh, is my bot crashed? Why didn't it reply? My bot has crashed. Weird. Try that command again, Heap1. You should be able to get there. Either Babby or editor. I don't know why the bot crashed. Bang. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Sorry about that. There's some weirdness with my bot getting stuck sometimes that I have not figured out how to fix it. Basically, a coroutine ends up in this like connection reset state, and for whatever reason, it's never awaited on, or like never, you know. It should be raising an exception in this rec v here, which is here, and it is awaited. So like my user space code has an await here, but yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I need to look into it more. It's probably just me not knowing async IO, to be honest, but it could also be a bug. Who knows? Hey, what's up? Hi, Skane. Thank you for the follow. And Otobre TV. Thank you both. Welcome to the stream. No, Nudem? Nudem, says Architect. 10mute6 says, alright, I'm gonna go now, but you have an awesome stream. Well, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully I'll see you around in the future. He says, but only student that has already the baccalaureate are in quarantine. Hey, what's up, hitting that Apex? Hello, hello. Origin says, do you recommend Python as a language for beginner programmers or something like JavaScript that has more visual uses? I mean, either of them are fine for normal beginner programmers. I think they're both fine. Senpai says, do you have plans to continue the Python plugin series on YouTube? For example, how to use it with Pluggy. I've seen it used in PyTest. Yeah, the thing about pluggy, I don't really... I don't really know what to do there. This is completely the wrong repository. Why was this open against precommit.com? You're looking for githubcom/precommit ci/issues/issue/2. Which is literally what I'm working on right now. Ah, damn it. Is that not the link? Is it issues2? Issues2. Damn it. Issues2. But I'm working on it right now, I promise. Hey, what's up, Kosu120? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. M2dev.net says, by the way, my workday is done. It's beer o'clock. Nice. Hey, what's up, ZC Helix, who says, what's a good way for a Git noob to contribute to open source? I don't want to mess anything up. Fortunately, I have 2 videos for this that I linked earlier, but now I know how to search them. Did we get both of them this time? How to make a simple GitHub PR, how to get started in open source. I would take a look at both of those. Those should be pretty good. Mikhail says, I'm gonna play some FTL on my other monitor. Sadly, I have to mute it so I can keep hearing it. Yo, FTL music is so dope. That music is so good. Polydive says, are you using WebSockets or is the bot just something like Twitch.io? I wrote it from scratch. If you want to check out the code, Polydive, it's just using the IRC protocol, and you can check it out there. Does Babby work for Windows? It does indeed. Also, I have bumped it so you can now run it on Python 3.9 on Windows. acetility/oniguruma c5i. I just uploaded the 0.0.20, which has support simple/this has support for CP39 on Windows, so you can now run Babby on Windows with Python 3.9, which is pretty cool. Hello again, Kosu. Drunk Timer says, I found out about some Reeds shenanigans today, and yikes. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. Okay. Precommit. Okay, so precommit branch. What branch are we on? Git pull prune. Oh, I don't need to do prune anymore because I have prune automatically set up in my config. Origin master -b improve node install. So the way this will work. What is this X directory? Oh, this is from the last thing that we were doing. rm precommit. What is this to-do file? Can I replace environ_t with mutable mapping stir? Well, we can try that. Precommit util. From typing import. Mutable mapping. environ_t. Mutable mapping stir. Run mypy. Does that work? Mutable mapping stir has no attribute copy. Is that the only error? We can do this. That appears to work. I guess we're gonna do that first then. environ_t. I'm surprised that works. Okay. environ_t. Hey, what's up, BGSS? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Environ T with mutable mapping stir. No, yes, yes, yes. I'll get rid of that. Yes, yes. No, yes. Oh, now your line is too long. No. I also noticed a default value that was equals os.environ. I gotta fix that. That's not right. Okay. Oh, yes. That one fits. Oh, yes. Yes. But now we're gonna have a bunch of import problems as well. ZZ Helix says, when in my development career should I start to learn DevOps more seriously? I've been in machine learning for almost 3 years, but I feel that stopping my progression in AI to learn DevOps would not be good. I feel like you can kind of apply some concepts of DevOps to any amount of development that you're doing. And it's not something that you need to like devote 100% of your time thinking about it. But I don't know. I think DevOps is pretty... It's pretty broad. I think like learning Docker is worth it. I don't know that I would learn much of the other stuff, but I don't know. Configuration management is also kind of useful too. Run flake all files. So there should be a bunch of undefined named environments. New mapping imported but unused. Union. Mutable mapping. Grab F821, cut -D this, -F1. Edit all of these files. And then from typing import mutable mapping, we can put this in all of these files. Oh, I should have done unique. Dang it. Oh. I should have done a unique. Oh well, I just remembered which one was which. Cool. Get branch -m mutable mapping. Replace environ T with mutable mapping stir. Okay, that was not what I planned to do, but we got something already there. Get diff, get add -u, get commit -m. BGSS says, any special reason to do from import Y? Yes, there is a reason. Check out this video where I talk about that exact problem. Senpa says, would you rather use Python on a new job or TypeScript? I've heard many good things about it from Pythonistas. I have not written enough TypeScript to be confident in it, but TypeScript and Python are very similar in their ideas, and so like, I don't know, I would probably be happy working on TypeScript. I used to work with Closure Compiler JavaScript, and Closure Compiler JavaScript was very similar to, you know, TypeScript or typed Python or flow typed or like the other dynamically typed or like gradually typed dynamic languages. Oh no, 666s. But yeah, I think I'd be happy with any of those. But that says, I just noticed something. Why no plushies, especially in Zane, are visible in the explains videos? So I feel like the plushies are a trait for stream and not for the general YouTubes. So we only have the plushies on the stream videos. He tries to look professional on YouTube. I mean, professional. In my t-shirt that says test all the things, which is, I think, oh, maybe you guys haven't seen those videos yet. I think that'll be tomorrow. Anyway. Max Headroom says, AWC, since you're my authority on all things meta, Google doc strings with type hints. Do you tend to write function descriptions in descriptive format, blah returns, or declarative, return foo? So, I find that doc strings that are only there to describe the types of the functions are not that useful, and so I often don't write doc strings. I will instead write type annotations that go over those same types. But if I do write doc strings, I usually use a descriptive format over a declarative format. But that's just me. I like to talk in that tense more than the declarative tense. Hey, what's up, Clinton Bond and Pramda? Thank you both for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The other thing is it's hard to lint for that, so I'm incredibly inconsistent about it. I think other people are probably inconsistent about it as well. And so, you know, if you can have a linter for it, which I don't know if you can actually lint for that because it's kind of complicated, but I don't know. Anyway, hey, what's up, Crosshairline? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Drunk Time Out says, if I'm developing on Linux and deploying on Linux, and the project is just for myself, is there any point in making the project into a Docker container? Probably not. In fact, I think Docker actually makes development slower. But, yeah, there's probably not that much reason if it's just you. But if you eventually want to like take that and deploy it to some containerized environment, or you want to take advantage of like some serverless framework or any sort of stuff like that, Docker containers are often a good, you know, building block unit for that. Gil says, I dropped out of the written communications class 2 minutes before the day it started because I got scared. I did finish my C# one already. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Beldas says, another thing I just noticed too is it just me or did you reorient your bed, or maybe the camera is slightly oriented to the left. I did move the camera slightly. I also moved the microphone slightly. I'm also sitting weird in my chair right now. I sit more centered in my chair. Here's where I am. But now it should be in the same place. The bed does move every time I either like change the sheets or like try to fiddle with the electrical outlet behind there. So it's possible that not everything is always in exactly the same place. Nick Time says the plushies kind of look like the number 6, so they spell it 666. Are you planning to summon the devil? That's a bit of a stretch. I feel like they don't look like the number 6, but no, I'm not trying to do any devil summoning here. Hey, what's up, Flesh38? Hello, hello. What are you? Oh, this thing. I'll look at that later. Select all. Done. I have it in my email, so I don't have to look at it there. Okay. So let's do the thing we're actually gonna do. -B, improve node install. James Wayne says, how many electrical outlets do you not mess with? So I really only mess with the one that's, you know, kind of by my head. Although I have an extension cable run from it, so I haven't messed with it in a while. Oh, you know, the other thing is when the electrical people came to replace the outlets, it's possible that they moved my bed. It's possible it's in a slightly different position from that as well. Hunter R6 says 2 keyboards. If you do bang keyboard, you can learn more about that. The MOTD is just set to 2 dots right now. It's kind of funny. Okay. Precommit languages node.py. So I should probably write a test for this to test the changes I'm about to make here. This is what we're going to change. These 2 lines here. It's going to be a little more complicated, but that's okay. That's okay. Test languages node test. How is this going to work? We kind of need something with dependencies, unfortunately. We kind of need to pick a tiny package. Do I have another tiny package that I use here? I think we used underscore before, although underscore is a little bit chunky. Tests, repository test. We used Lodash as our dependency here. npmi Lodash. Require.
I have a tiny package, haha, sweat.
Sarcastic Dante. Thank you for resubscribing. 17 months. He says, I have a tiny package. uh, that not how this works? Is it actually spelled out as Lodash? Yeah, okay. So we can write a little thing that does that. That will make this test necessarily require the network, which is a little bit unfortunate, but do you mess with the infamous green wire sometimes? No, I do not mess. We do not mess with the green wire. We don't mess with the jank ass green wire. we don't touch the green wire. Ugh, what a disaster. What a fucking mess that is. Duperat says, that is so exciting. It's very possible to write C++ that is close similar to C++, but you can do a lot more. I'm so proud of you. Oh, are you taking your C++ class, Michaela? Is that happening? That should be good. That should be fun. Should be hard. But I think you'll be able to do it. Bunk doesn't work with replies. Wait, it should. Oh. It did show up as a reply for me, RKJ. That's weird. Yeah, why didn't... Oh, this did work. I'm confused. I'm confused. Starblame says that should be ground. It is a ground cable. But it's not supposed to be routed outside of the wall. It's supposed to be routed in the wall. Also, it's just kind of going into the carpet here. I actually traced it under the house, crawled under the crawl space, and it does attach to a water pipe down there, but it's a little bit janky, to say the least. Starbound says I had problems with an uninterruptible power supply not recognizing ground, and I had to do something like that hack. Yeah, indeed. It is a grounding wire. It's just a little bit weird. For me, it shows up as a reply to Sarcastic Dante. Weird. Weird! Anyway, this should give us enough to make a test here. Test languages node. We need to make a temporary directory thingy thing. Yeah, we need to make a prefix. Test. Hey, what's up? Love Kizerglin. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sorry if I messed up your name. Test. What? Test. Installs without links outside of tempter. We actually call install? We do here. Tempter dot join bin dot insure. Actually, how do we make a node executable? I know there's examples in here. Testing resources node hooks repo bin main. What do you look like? Okay. And then we got package. We got package.json as well. Oh, cool. Okay. So that's easy enough. Tempter.join bin / main .js.ensure. I guess we can just do require lodash. Sure.write. That'll be our little thing. Tempter join package.json .write json .dumps and then what? And then what? Oh, we need dependencies. How do we do dependencies? Hopefully this will just modify my package.json. Hey, there we go. Dependencies. Lodash. Star. Don't care about the version. Okay. M2type.net says, I don't know the backstory there, but why the grounding wire? So, it's a long story. I'll give you TLDR. I've been having internet problems. I've been complaining to my internet service provider over and over and over and over. And whenever they come out, they measure voltage on the line, on the coax cable, which should have, you know, less than 1 volt of DC current. And every time they've measured it, it has had 30 to 50 volts of AC current. AC, not AC currents. DC is also alternating current. Anyway, 30 to 50 volts of AC. And part of the blame was that there was no grounding on that outlet. So we added grounding and didn't fix the problem. And as far as I can tell, the AC voltage that is coming out of the router is measuring problems. It is not actual voltage. Or it is voltage, but the current is so low that it's not actual, you know, like damaging voltage. And yeah, because I've measured the voltage coming out of the router, both at my location and at a independently grounded outlet at a local bar. And man, they thought I was fucking crazy. And both of the places report that voltage coming out of the router, so it is normal. Also, I have 2 different multimeters and they report different things, and one of them reports 0 and the other one reports this 30 to 50 volts. We've also tested it with 3 other multimeters. One of them also agrees with the 30 to 40 volts, one of them also agrees with the 0 volts, and one of them says like 11 volts of DC, which that's also wrong, but also in a range that it's not super problematic. Is it set to millivolts? No, it's one of those auto scaling ones, so it is actually volts. And it does measure millivolts, so I've used it with embedded devices to look at millivolts there. But no, it's just like, it's too sensitive to like the very low current. Interestingly though, if I turn it to current, like there's no amperes, so there's no amps going over that, so there's essentially no electricity, which makes sense. It's supposed to be a low voltage, although I guess it's a low amperage wire, but whatever. Whatever. Cyberbunny says, I use NCC to package together the dependencies. Oh yeah, I just wanted a little dummy package. Yeah, that's what I was doing. G-Red says, nothing here, please keep walking. Yeah, it was pretty weird. But yeah. But yeah, Schrödingbolt says Flush38. JSON is good, you should open up a JSON bracket, put a JSON key 2 points and a JSON value, which itself can be a JSON key value pair. The JSON pairs are separated by a comma and it finishes with a JSON closing bracket. Sorry, I just wanted to make you say JSON multiple times because I love how you say JSON. I don't actually say JSON like that, but I say like that on stream because I think it's funny. I don't know if it's actually funny. It's possible that it's insensitive, but whatever. Okay, how is this supposed to work? Where's the install? Prefix equals... Oh my goodness, having a trouble typing today. Prefix stir tempter. Node.install environment. Where'd that go? Yeah. Prefix system parens and assert node.healthy. Yeah, we can use system here. Prefix system. Okay, so site environment, make sure that's healthy. Let's do that part of the test first. Dash K this. I got you. JSON is not fine. Oh yeah, right. Import JSON. Wait, how did I do the other one without JSON? Did I write manual JSON? I did write manual JSON. Okay. Anyway. Hey, what's up, Resub57, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. 57 is actually my best friend's favorite number, oddly enough. But useless facts that no one needs to know in chat. Precommit languages node env prefix and language version with we should make this actually print something. Oh god, what did I do? We want to keep that line, we're gonna get rid of this line. Require Lodash and then console.log success. Okay. With node.env prefix system cert commands output is it foo? Yeah. 1 equals success spelled wrong. I need to fix my typo. Okay, let's try that now. And output is not defined. Indeed. Import command output. I just gotta say, I really, as much as I liked working on precommit CI, working on this open source stuff I think is a little bit more fun. Oh, I need to put a shebang here. User bin env node. Which at this point, there is no point in assigning it to a variable because we're not going to save any lines. Exec format, because there's no shebang. We fixed the shebang. I probably have to make it executable too. Oh, no, I don't. Cool. Hey, what's up, Pylang? Hello, hello. Congrats on the release. Yes, we did get precommit CI kind of out there. Juicebox says that every time. What does she say every time? Oh, congrats on the release. Michaela. If we can have JSON, can we have J-daughter? Are you winning, JSON? Recep says, play code of my hometown. Cool, nice. 57 is a great song. I'm not familiar with that song. Okay, so this is working so far. We should be able to delete the node modules directory from here. Command output rm rf stir. Actually, we probably don't need check. We don't need command output. We can just use that process directly. So process command. Oh, actually, we do need command output because it does special things with path. Right. Join node modules. So this should delete it if it exists. We'll hopefully make it not exist after this change. This directory shouldn't exist. Make sure we succeed without it existing. So this should start failing now. And that will hopefully have our failing test, and then we can go about fixing the problem. Tinder! If I can do it without making mistakes, though. Hey, what's up, Adrian? Hello, hello. Cool! We got a failure. Cannot find module load dash. This is similar to the require node version bug. Okay, cool. Now that we have a failing test, we can start fixing the actual problem. Precommit languages node.py. So run setup command. Run setup command. Does this actually return? Well, it does return the output. So we actually want to see the output here. which is perhaps a little bit annoying. Tinder, is that like Tinder for coders? Oh no. Oh no. How do we want to do this? So we want to run npm pack, and we want to grab the return value of that. Newties says, what distro are you running? You can do bang distro in chat. Distro. And you can figure out what I'm running. It's Windows! Okay. Actually, I want to look at this link here. I know I complained about this, and maybe they suggested npm pack, and I should have taken their advice back then and didn't. Maybe this is my fault. Seems like I can work around this by using npm install -g git plus file : / pwd. Huh. That might be another way to solve this too. npm pack. Yeah, here we go. npm install dev prod ignore pre-publish no progress no save npm pack. Okay, so I think this is what we need to do. Hey, what's up? Oh, is that supposed to be an L? An L ties? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Memphis says the name of that variable is interesting. Fixed random seed. Yes. This is a very interesting variable that has an interesting history to it. So, precommit runs things in a bunch of processes. What's up, Gargantuar314? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Runs it in a bunch of processes, and we found that if you sort the file names alphabetically, precommit performs significantly worse. And the reason for this is if you have a bunch of large files in your repository, they are likely to be co-located. But if you distribute the large files to multiple different processes, they're more likely to succeed at about the same time. So what we do is we shuffle all the file names and then split them up. And by shuffling them, it makes the output faster. But we didn't want to introduce non-determinism by having it be randomly shuffled. So we're using a deterministic random seed to shuffle them in a particular way. And the reason that this random seed has this particular number is because it makes them sort in order in the test suite for the 3 cases where it matters. So when Chris added this feature here, Chris didn't want to rewrite all of those tests to have, flip-flopping orders. So he picked seeds until he found one that didn't cause the tests to break. And so that's why we have this number here. But yeah, every weird number has a story. And this one is not unlike that. But yeah, you can see this here where that does that. Chicklaw says, why do you run Windows as your host if you do all your work in a Linux VM? I answer that in the video that is linked in that distro command, so you can check out the answer there. I need to fill up my water. We're actually an hour and a half in. This is usually later than my water fill up period, so I will be right back. I will see you guys in a sec. I'm back. How's it going, chat? So it says, though I think Makedeer would make a better app name. You mean make deer? Return 4, chosen by fair dice roll. Indeed, somecodingguy. It does seem very much like that. Raven Master says, fixed random seed has the same energy as the fair dice roll. Yeah, indeed, indeed. Eneltai says, so what are you making? If you do bang project in chat, you can learn more about what I'm working on. That's some very specific requirements for the number. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I changed this number once. Git log -g fixed random in this file. Yeah. Because in Python 3.8, they deprecated the shuffle method. They deprecated this this way to run random shuffling. And so I had to actually I had to change the seed because this causes one fewer random call than this does. So I had to change this so I didn't have to change all the tests again. So it's actually, yeah. Kind of funny there. It changed more than once. Oh, this is when it got added. Yeah, this is when it got added. But anyway, that's the history of that number. Hey, what's up, Leonard SSH? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. Koenig says actually smart. Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. Hades says task failed successfully. Indeed, I was trying to get to a failing test. That way we can improve it and fix the test and write the code. Ah, dang it! I closed the wrong tab. Test languages node -k. What was the test name? I don't remember what the test name was, and it's not in my clipboard. This one. I got you. Thank you, pass me. Precommit languages node. Okay, so we're gonna run this pack install thing that we're gonna do. Memis says, now I want to know how we specifically found that number. That's actually a great question. I actually don't know the answer to that. And I don't think, let's see, is Chris in chat today? Chris is not in chat today. He's on Discord though, if you want to ping Chris S. His last name isn't S, but he wanted to be Chris. And Discord doesn't allow you to name yourself Chris, so he named himself Chris S. But bang beer, right? He's just checking the grounding voltage on the cable line. Beer just happens to be a good customer service with the bar. Yeah, well, so the weird thing was I went to like 3 or 4 different places in town in San Mateo, and I was like, hey, can I do some electrical testing? And they're all like, are you fucking off your rocker? Like, is this like a weapon? Are you trying to leech our electricity? And I was like, no, it's gonna take like 5 minutes. It's gonna be really, really easy. And like, let me go talk to my manager. And the first 2 places I went to were like, sorry, manager said no way in hell. Get out. Please leave the premises now. But the bar, I was just like, hey, can I do some do you have 2 plugs that I can borrow to do some electrical testing? And the bar was just like, yeah, sure, here you go, they're over there. And I was like, but I was all ready to like talk about like, hey, I promise it's safe, like all of this stuff, like blah 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 blah. And like, no, he's just like, yeah, fuck it, go, you're all good. Dropping frames? Nope, I have not dropped any frames. So today's been going good. I've flat 0 on dropped frames. So we're good there. Juice has a dick sword attachment. What is the dick sword attachment? Oh, are you up to 100,000 points? I need to disable that because Michaela has already redeemed it. But that actually reminds me, I need to change the date of the 12-hour stream. We're not gonna be able to stream it this week because I'm going on vacation with Juicebox Hero. Shh, stay quiet. So I actually need to update the calendar and delete this one. Sorry, no 12-hour Halloween stream. I'm sad too. I'm also deleting this one too, because I will also be out of town. But next week, we can still do spooky stuff. We're gonna do it on the Saturday, I think, assuming nothing else comes up. But change this to the streams calendar, so hopefully next Saturday we will be doing a 12-hour stream. But anyway, that's that. So even if you have 100,000 points right now, probably don't redeem it because I'm already doing one next week. Just wait a little bit. Sola says, I remember Make Deer. I fucking ran as far as I could from that class. Some kind of guy's like, that guy's like, yeah, buy me a beer. I mean, I didn't even have to buy him a beer. I bought, technically I bought cider because it's a cider bar. I gave them a 100% tip because I felt like I was being a kind of fucking weirdo. Polymathman says, sent you an issue for precommit CI. Did you send it to me on Dicksword? Where did you send it to me? Where did you send it to me? Because I don't have an email for it. Is it in Dicksword? No, I don't see it in Dicksword. Where did you send it, Polymathic Man? Where's my email just not refreshed? In GitHub, Jay Holton. Oh, are you the one asking for Docker? Is that you? Which one? Oh, this one, the 404. Yeah. Yes, indeed. I need to improve the blank pages. I'm probably just gonna make a generic 404, because oddly enough, the way my schema is set up, this is not actually enough information for me to figure out what page it should link to, because the repository IDs can stay the same, but the organizations can change, and the installation is not necessarily the same as the organization. But anyway, I'm gonna make a better 404 page and improve that. But yes, I will work on that at some point. We're probably not gonna work on that today though. Also, it's a little bit lower priority than JavaScript doesn't work, and too much output hangs forever. Like these are my two highest priorities right now for precommit CI, and we're actually working on this one right now, so that'll be pretty cool. Hey, what's up, Arcady? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. You need to pre-record a 12-hour session and make it a Halloween. No, I don't think we're gonna do that. Spooky stuff like running JavaScript? The real spooky stuff happens next Tuesday. Yeah. Indeed. Somebody guy says, I knew it, totally bought the beer cider. Yes, indeed. The old grounding voltage play. I'm totally carrying my multimeter into bars from now. Yeah, I like had a bag. I had a plug tester, I had a multimeter, I had an extension cable, I had a router, and I had a bit of coax cable and a multimeter. I probably already said my multimeter, but yeah, I had a whole bunch of junk there. Elmander says, your stream is an advertiser right now. Am I getting money? I mean, in theory, I'm getting some amount of money from that. Hey, what's up, Jugmac? Hello. Good to see you again. Okay, let's get this working. Where is the thing? npm install dev prod ignore pre-publish, no progress, no save. I think this will still create a node modules folder. So anyway, that was me being grumpy over a year ago. But in theory, this is the command we should use instead of npm install. Install. So, big ol' long command here. Npm install dev prod think that's the default. Dev prod, ignore pre-publish, no progress, no save. That's a big old long command. You can save a few lines of code here by doing this. Install command equals isinstall. There we go. Prefix / install command. Oops. So we want to do install first. This is actually more the local install command. Local install command. And then oh, does this set the current working directory? It probably does. Precommit languages helpers run set a command. Yes, it does. Acetility equals prefix stir. That makes sense. Hey, what's up, Cyborg CYP? Thank you for stopping by. Hello, hello. We've also got Void Rose here. Jugmax says, thanks to Anthony, Travis's data center probably went hot today. Created 3-digit pull requests with all repos. Was such a fun thing to do. Yeah, yo, when you run all repos, there's something pretty cool about just like, you know, hundreds of PRs showing up at once. Void Rose says, hello, hello, welcome to the stream. Yes, I am supposed to say that, Jugmax. Void Rose says, just started using precommit. I don't know why I hadn't started using it earlier. It's so cool, right? I hear that from so many people that start using precommit. They're just like, whoa, where the fuck has this been my whole life? And then I point and like be like, you know, it's been around for 6 years. You could have been using it 6 years ago. But anyway, I'm glad you like it. Elevator says, to crack the code for earning free money, just get a job, you'll be given money for free then. I see. Okay, so we need to run npm install, we then need to do npm pack, and then we need to find that binary. Unfortunately with npm pack, it outputs the file name to standard error, or standard out, so we can grab that. Out equals command output npm pack and cwd equals prefix dot prefixter. That'll do this. Out equals out dot strip, and then we should be able to install command equals npm install -g package. No. No. Why are you slightly too long? So we can just do prefix install. Then once we have all that set up, we should be able to delete the node modules directory and this package. So for file name in, or if that's the path dot, or if, how does this work? Is there an exists on here? If exists, if prefix dot exists. Oh, this should be prefix dot path. I think we need to give it a full path there. If prefix dot exists, node modules, rm tree, if, actually this should always exist, right? This will be optional. I think this is optional. And then we should os.remove package. Clean these up after installation. Because these are extraneous. Hopefully, if I've done this correctly, we should see this passing now. Arm tree, we need to import that. From precommit.util import rm tree. And it passes. So this should fix node in precommit CI, hopefully. Hey, what's up, Zapik? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. James White says, just some quick question. What is your guys, please consider my inclusive language way of continuing a line after something that somewhere equals ... doesn't fit, so you have to continue the line under it. To use one tab under both or one tab under the second thing after the dot. Are you saying like the variable name doesn't fit? So like, I mean, usually what I'll do is, you know, something equals parenthesis and then, you know, some value here. If this thing is too long, if that thing is too long, I don't know. I don't think I've gotten into that problem before. I don't really know what I would do there. Also, you guys are talking a lot. Yeah, I don't really know what I would do. I would maybe do, you know, a dot and then a backslash and then indent this and then indent this. But I'm pretty sure one of the Flake8 or Pycode style tools is gonna grumble at you. But yeah, I don't really know at that point. Hey, what's up, A7XN1? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Elmander says, what is precommit? Oh, I guess I don't have a thing for that. If you go to pre-commit.com, you can learn more about precommit. But yeah, check that out. Oh, Alexa linked that. Sweet. Awesome. Solus, you are the top bonker. Tied for Michaela. Oh, I wonder if that sort is stable or not. Joel has never bonked. Yeah, wait, Alexa got bonked? What? But says, have you thought about adding a link to precommit.ci in the precommit.com website? I will at some point. I have not done that yet. But yes, I will once it's past alpha. I don't really want everyone to suddenly use it all the time, always. What do I have to add in my precommit.config.yaml? Whatever you want. The quick start guide, oh, that's .ci. The quick start guide tells you how to get started. So you can see like this is an example configuration. There's also precommit sample config, which will also give you a different sample configuration. But yeah. Aka, welcome back, says the second time you committed Babby. What? Wait, what? What did I do? I'm confused. Oh, you were watching an old stream on YouTube. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's been a while since I've worked on Babby. I will get back to that soon. Now that precommit CI is kind of out the door, so I'll be able to work on other stuff and not just, you know, be focused / crunching on that the whole time. But yeah, that should be pretty good. Okay. I'm curious as to whether this line will get covered at all. Because I don't know whether this always happens. I guess we can figure that out. We can answer that question. We have been activate coverage erase and coverage run -m pytest test -k node coverage report include precommit /languages /node. That should tell us the coverage for that one file. Voidor says, I use black with precommit. Can precommit hooks automatically commit, or do I have to manually do it each time? They can, but you should not. Let's see if I can find the Stack Overflow answer that I did for that, which also probably links to the even find this 500 answers. We're never gonna find this. Maybe if we do the precommit.com tag. Then newest? Yeah, sure. This one? Yeah. So check this out. It does give you a way that you could do it if you wanted to, but I would not recommend it. But anyway. Somecodingguy says, got a split, getting a stream ready for tonight, but thanks for the stream and the multimeter advice. Awesome, well thanks for stopping by. I'll see you around in the future. Black can create some really weird code. Yes, indeed, Alexa. Very much can create some weird code. This precommit get has your thing also. Yes, because I wrote precommit, Elemender. I also maintained this guy. I also wrote this guy. I also wrote this, and this, and this, and this, and this. I didn't write my pie, but I did make the mirror for this. I also wrote these. What's the TLDR for why it's bad? I think I'd go over it in here. Silently changing what is being committed is dangerous. The tool always gives an opportunity to validate what the hooks do before committing. One of these has a longer. The hook modifies files. The commit was not ready. No. Basically, you always want to make sure that the thing that you're committing is, is safe. Automatically adding code to a repository is kind of a scary operation. Mostly in that, if something were buggy or compromised, you would automatically integrate code. And you kind of don't want to take that lightly. But anyway. James Wayne says, let me put this in some decent format. Here is the question on a paste bin. Oh, okay, cool. Do you do this or do you do this? I do one indent. I do this. I think arbitrarily indenting based on the dot is a waste of fucking time. Personally. And actually I think add trailing comma might normalize this for you automatically. No, actually it doesn't. It will do it if it's wrong the first time. But it'll allow you to pick whatever you want after that. I hear you like 15 space indents. Anyway. Hey, what's up, RDG80? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Are you using 2 keyboards? I'm actually using 1.5, 2 keyboards. You are actually correct. Yes, I'm using a split keyboard. If you do bang keyboard or bang keyboard 3, you can learn more about that there. Dog fooding at its finest, indeed, Alexa. Piling says, you mentioned in a podcast that black is okay, but you like others. Any suggestions on a cross-language black-like tool? So I don't use black to format my Python code. I think if you're asking about other formatters, oh, that's not the right file. I clicked on the hooks file. So I use a bunch of different formatters that are not black. Like these are all not black. And is add trailing comma not using add trailing? Yeah, it is. Okay. Add trailing comma is the closest to black, but it is much less opinionated and still leaves your code in like a pretty format, but won't try and reflow anything. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of formatters for different programming languages. It depends on like what you're trying to do. Recently, I've seen a lot of good stuff from Prettier. I've also seen a lot of bad stuff from Prettier. Link for that? Yeah, sure. You can check out this here. Is Rust supported in precommit? It is indeed, Alexa. Chris actually added that. Polymathic Man says, because you don't want a plugin to inject a Bitcoin miner into your to-do list app. Loiter says, but I mean, if the hooks aren't secure in the first place, shouldn't they not have been added in the first place? I agree, but you can, you could think of a case where a hook will only under certain circumstances inject code into your into your repository, or under certain circumstances have bugs. And so like I think it's always a good idea to check things before you commit them. Animator says, how do you have the pass/failed thing when you build/install something? Even I want that. You mean how do I do the colors? They are escape sequences. Echo-E. Let's see if I can remember them. I think that one's yellow. This one is green. Is this one green? Oh, I forgot a name. Yeah, that one's green. So 42 is green. 41 I believe is red. 43 I believe is yellow. And we also use turquoise in some places, which I think is... Watch it be 44 and I skipped it for no reason. Nope. 46. But we use 46 with the black background. I believe is 20. No? No, that's underline. 31? 30? Yeah, there we go. So we use this escape sequence in one place. I guess auto committing is like giving a brand new programmer commit rights. Yeah, kind of like that. Why aren't there Clippy and Rust format hooks? I think it's because not that many people that write Rust are using it yet. But you can use Clippy as a local hook already. I know Chris was doing that. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, indeed. Randy says Rust, Primeagen, Rust. Yeah. Indeed. Okay, so I think this is ready to commit. Git commit-m improve node install by using npm pack. I ran them locally, but that could yield different results depending on the version installed. Oh no, I mean you can install it as an additional dependency because Rust supports additional dependencies. Pre-commit, I think it does. That's one of the things that Chris did. Rust. When specifying additional dependencies for Rust, you can use the syntax package name : package version to specify a new library dependency used to build your hook repo, or the special syntax CLI : package name : version for a command line dependency built separately with binaries made available. So you should be able to use, actually we can just, I have which Rust? I don't have Rust installed, never mind. You need to have Rust installed, but once you have Rust installed, you can tell it to install a particular version of a particular tool. Polymath command says, and we don't want to let the capitalist bastards to think they can get code to write more code than they already do. Right? What did you change here? Oh, it added a comma. Oh, and it added a space. Cool. Cool. So that's the first thing that I want to get done. We're only 2 hours in. I think the next thing is going to be tricky. I've set up a Docker image for it though, so maybe it'll be easier than I think. Cool. So we npm install, we pack, we install -g via the packed thing, and we cleaned stuff up, and we wrote a test for it. Seems good to me. This is for fixing precommit CI/issues number 2. Is that gonna break stuff? I think this should be fine. Oh, it's probably gonna break somebody some way, and I'm gonna have to make another patch for this, but whatever. I think it's useful enough to get it out there, and people can tell me what's wrong. Elementor says, I see here it has passed, skipped, and failed tags on some lines. Yeah, the tool prints these. It runs things, and whether they're successful or not, it will print those. I'm not sure what you're asking though. It would be rest C, not rest. Oh. Yeah, I don't have rest. You're right, indeed. I have written some rest on this computer, but not in this virtual machine, I guess. Must have been my old VM. Bulverstat says, hey, I need some help. Say you wanted a website to promote your services. What would you need for it? I made a good few websites over the last 2 years, but not fully working professional websites. I need something as a side source of income to keep us here at home afloat through COVID, and this opportunity presented itself. I actually don't know at all how to answer that because I am really bad at advertising myself. But maybe someone in chat has an idea there. Also, my profile website is from 2012, so clearly I have not updated that either. And 2 of the websites are just like down permanently because my friend hasn't been replying to me on the only place I know how to contact him. But yeah, I don't really know. Maybe someone in chat has some ideas there. Okay, did I make this pull request? Does this exist? I think I clicked the button. Yeah, so let's check that other pull request. Also, check this shit. Precommit ran already. 30 seconds, we could probably speed that up. Oh, right, that's the third thing we're gonna work on today, which is trying to speed up this download here. Oh, interesting that these are not selectable. That makes sense though, because we made these like buttons. But, yay, green. But if we look at the build here, like this can be reduced by like 9 megabytes. This one, so like 9, 18, 27. I guess I can just multiply 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 9, so like almost 100 megabytes of this can be shaved off just by doing some clever stuff. And a lot of these I think will be under a megabyte after that, which will download much faster than spending 7 seconds on download. But just another optimization. Still working on PHP, fluent in HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. Cool, awesome. Hey, what's up, Fresnick? Hello, hello. What are you doing? You do bang project. Oh, I should have put the domain in this so that you can actually click through. Set today. Hang on a sec. Precommit.com. Control and enter. There we go. Cool. What's up, ICANY07? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Remy says, is hosting something the developer handles or the client that you're making it for handles? Good question. If you haven't yet, you can get 1 year free on AWS and host your site there. Yes, indeed. Also, there's some permanent free tier stuff that you could set up. Like, I'm using permanent free tier for Lambda and Dynamo for Precommit CI actually. And you can host a website in Lambda using API gateway. I actually set up a small Terraform example if you want to check that out. Which actually I have to fix something about this at some point. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Which is why there's 2 issues here. I need to fix this at some point. But here's like a small example which builds a little dummy app that you can put... Oh, no, this is the dummy app. This is the example. This builds a small little dummy app that you can deploy into AWS using Terraform, and allows you to hit a website and, you know, get a response from it. Of course, this is before we set up Lambda, but after you set up the Lambda, you can see you can build a website like this, and that's actually how, you know, results.precommit.ci is running. This is running entirely in Lambda, so kind of cool, kind of easy to set up too. I guess I can link this if you want to check that out. Michaela says bang project. Indeed. Hey, what's up, Zach777? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sarcastic Dante with the bonk. I knew I forgot something. Import Maya.commands as commands, guys. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Large chow. Largitude, that sounds like a Pokemon. So this is building. The other pull request we opened earlier probably should have passed by now. Okay, it did. Cool. Merge. That means I can delete that little to-do file. To-do. RM to-do. Yay, to done. Okay, and unfortunately, the Azure Pipelines build takes forever. And that's actually the one that I think is most likely to fail here. These ones should be almost done. These take about six minutes. But this one, oh no, not that one. This one, the Windows build, takes forever. It takes somewhere around like 30 minutes to run. Zag says, I use precommit a lot. Thank you for your work, sir. I'm glad you like it. Precommit is my baby. I've put a ton of time into it. I hope it's worth it. I mean, monetarily, it has not been worth it because I've gotten basically no money from it, but that's the way the cookie crumbles in open source. Okay, close this, close that. Good old thumbs up there. I don't know why they opened it on this repository. This is so far from being the right repository. A lot of dupes though. People are trying it out, which is cool. I appreciate that. I should mention, note that if you're using Prettier, you can work around this by using Prettier/precommit instead of Prettier/Prettier. Precommit is my baby. Babby saw it, cries. Yeah. Miner says you can get an easy job at Google. You know that, right? Yeah, I don't want to work at Google. Maybe if I had like a family and didn't really give a fuck about working, I would work at Google, but I am not interested in being a teeny tiny cog in a massive machine. No. I'm not interested in working at Google. Okay, so we'll let this build. What was the second and third thing that I want to do today? Fix JavaScript/Ruby system detection for shims. Yes. Okay, so I think I made a Docker image of this before. Docker images. Let's actually print some stuff. What are you? Docker RMI-F. Well, I don't know why it didn't get pruned automatically. That's weird. None. I don't know. Anyway, what are you? Are you the image? No. Shim's image. Spelled wrong. This is the one that I was playing with before. Docker history test. What are you? What are you? Oh, you are a precommit CI image. Docker RMI test. Okay. But this is the one. Docker Dicker. Shim's image bash. Cool. Emily says you can get an easy job at Google. Oh, I already read that one. Jobs at Google ain't all that. You know that, right? Says Polar Junction. Yes, indeed. Indeed. I think I set things up in the home directory. Oh, but this is not gonna have all the environment changes that I did. Oh. Yeah. So I set up nodenv and rbenv in this, so this is different than nodenv. This is nodenv. They're both set up in the same way with this weird weird shims thing. I also need to do the same for RBF. Which Ruby? Okay, so now we have shims. Which Ruby, which node? So the problem is these shim executables are unlikely to point at a stable version of Ruby or Node, and so having precommit install using either of those is questionable at best, and generally should be avoided. So I need to make precommit detect when it's a shims case and avoid those. I think the heuristic that I'm going to use is if the executables are inside the home directory or they have the word shims in their path, I'll just skip them. It's not going to be a perfect heuristic, but it'll be better than that. Mikhail says use your cute emoji to make the PR kawaii. Elmander says, gonna go learn precommit, bye-bye, indeed. Well, thanks for stopping by. Sarcastic Dandy says, what are we drinking tonight? Well, right now I'm out of water. Should I grab a beer? I need to do exercise later, but I think I can grab one beer. I'll go grab a beer, I'll go fill my water. I'll be right back. See you guys in a sec. Alright, we're back. We have a fitting beer for today. La fin du monde. The end of the world. Let me open it with my Lift bottle opener. Which, yes, I have a Lift branded bottle opener. Even though I don't work there anymore. And we've got a nice frosted beer mug today, as we do. And this beer is high alcohol percentage, so I'm gonna try and not... Oh god, this was such a terrible pour. Well, we're gonna have to pour twice, because I super fucked this one up. It was like a freshman in college pour. Freshman in high school pour. But anyway, we'll wait for that. But welcome back, chat. No need for excuses if you click on this link. W3 schools. El Papa Pig says beer time, cheers. I got a milk stout at the moment. Well, cheers to you, El Papa Pig. I guess you have to drink after you say cheers though. But anyway, it's beer time, I guess. It says, greetings, Ant Honey, right COD. I am HTML5 certified from WWW schools, but I'm not find job after 1 year. I'm thinking of learning the Cascadia style sheet as well. I'm looking for advice. Oh, that's amazing. Flush says, how do you freeze the glass without freezing the handle? I mean, the handle is freezing too. But I, you know, when I carried it in here, I carried it with my hand. But yeah, I don't know. I just put the whole damn thing in the freezer. Mr. Alcoholic Chest Hair, yeah. It's not that inaccurate, but yeah. Okay, so the next thing we're gonna work on is this shims thing and do some detection for that. I think it should be pretty straightforward, but we'll see what happens there. Hey, what's up, Spencer Underground? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, there's no smart trick here, Flesh38. Literally just stick it in the freezer. Go straight from the dishwasher into the freezer. Okay, so... Did I already install precommit in here? I did. So here's the problem. Python import precommit.languages.node precommit.languages.node.default language version. I think it's get default language actually, now that I think about it. Get default version. Anyway, so this shouldn't say system, this should say default. What system means is it's going to try and use the system executable. So we need to essentially prevent that when we detect this shims case. And I think the way to do that, check out origin master dash b avoid shims. Precommit / languages / helpers. Let's see. Oh, where is the run setup command? Isn't that in here? run setup command. Oh, it's right there. Okay, cool. Is installed and not shim. So we're gonna implement a function here for is installed and not shim and try and see how that works out. He just embraces the cold because he's hot. James Wayne says, just gonna say it before I forget again. Thanks for the streams, Anthony. Lifesaver in the mess that is university now, that it's literally everything from home. Well, I'm glad you appreciate the streams. I really enjoy doing them, so I mean you guys make it worth it. So hearing stuff like that is really great, and I really love hearing that. So thank you for that, James. I'm gonna finish my pour now that the foam has subsided. Okay, we're good. Now it doesn't look like that bad of a pour. As my grandfather once said, "This beer gives good head." But he didn't. I don't think he really realized what he was saying. But anyway, so we kind of already have the implementation of this right now. So I'm gonna make this a shorter name here. Easy exists. We want from precommit import parse shebang turn bool. So we can change this to be helpers.exe exists. I can do the same thing for Ruby. Helpers.exe exists. exe. And this should still pass the languages Ruby test. It should still pass the 2 sets of tests because we didn't change any of the implementation yet. But yeah, we'll be fixing this to do those heuristics that I talked about a second ago. M2DefNet says, opinion. If I wanted to get a mic for streaming, would you recommend a Blue Yeti or something else? Hoping that it helps my audio quality over my headset. So I have the Blue Yeti. I have not worked with other microphones. My friend Shoddy just got a really nice microphone. I really like the way that his stream sounds. But I don't remember what his microphone is called. But you don't actually have to spend all that much money to get an improved audio setup. Like, I think this microphone, when I got it, it was like $120. I think it's up to like $230 now on Amazon because of, you know, everyone's buying audio and visual equipment right now because of COVID. But you actually don't need that expensive a microphone to improve your stream quality. But I don't know, this one works well for me. This one is pretty fiddly. It's very, very good at picking up sound, which is not great if you have a lot of background noise. So before I tuned it, like if you watch some of my really old videos, you'll notice that I have a lot of background noise. Like you can hear the fan on my computer, you can hear like anytime a car drove by, you can hear sirens outside, all sorts of stuff like that. And it was only after what am I trying to say? It's only after I went through and installed the pop filter properly, set up the sound settings in Windows properly. Like for instance, yeah, you can see like when I stop talking, it zeroes out here. Before I changed this to 77, which I found was like a good sweet spot for me. Before I changed this value here, like I'll show you. I guess I'll show you because if you want to see. If we set this to 100, so I'm now peaking my microphone, so I have to talk really quietly. But you'll notice, if I go back now, you'll notice, see how it's got some little background noise here? Yeah, so that's why we fixed this. Yeah. Anyway, let me put this back now. But you see I can talk really, really quietly, and I peak my microphone. This is the, like, peak ASMR, you know. Welcome to the stream chat. You wanna hear me swallow? Anyway, fuck that. But yeah. So like after I tuned my microphone, the levels are much better than that. But yeah. Oh, you want some keyboard ASMR? Want some keyboard ASMR then? Alright, fine. Oh yeah, good keyboard ASMR. Anyway, but yeah, before I figured all this out, like, my sound quality was much worse. So if you're gonna get this microphone, like, make sure you tune it a little bit, because by default everything's gonna sound like garbage. But a little bit of like tweaking it, and I don't know, actually I don't actually know why that setting changes things. It must change some hardware setting, because it isn't just a volume diffuser, because if it was just a volume diffuser you would still see the background noise there, but I don't know. I'm not good with computer. But yeah. Looks like other people had some other advice. Anytime a car drove by, you could hear sirens, implying that every car is a siren. You know what I meant. NoSQL Know How says, and improve your audio before you improve your video. People will suffer through mediocre video. They will not suffer through terrible audio. Yeah, I think my stream is actually a great example of that. My video is super low quality. This is like a fucking $100 microphone from 2008 or 2009. And the next thing that I want to replace on my streaming setup is my camera, but you can deal with a a less than ideal camera for a while. But yeah. iSatisfied says just get an AT 2020, which is $100. I know a lot of people use them as well as I do. Cool. But yeah, sorry if I blew out your ears by talking too loud when I had the thing all the way up. I just wanted to show you what was going on there. Looks like a lot of you liked my ASMR there. Polar Junction says, I just got a new Rode NT-USB mini mic to help work calls, just to find out after Skype for Business has compressed the crap out of it and ends up sounding just as bad. Yeah. Yeah, Hangouts does the same thing too, which is really annoying. Got here too early to have the clip button. Michaela, you're gonna have to refresh after the stream starts. That way you can get your clips in. Let's hear the browns clicking away. These aren't browns. I would have to get my clears out. Do you guys want some clears ASMR? Hey, Warpaint, thank you for resubscribing with Prime for 2 months. Appreciate the subscription. Welcome back. Good to see you. This is basically OnlyFans now. Hey, GeoTrack. Hello, hello. Good to see you as well. Oh, I did get the clip. How much does it pick up? Because I haven't done a speed. Yeah. So that's why we fixed this. Yeah. Anyway, I'm like legit whispering here. But you see, I can talk really, really quietly, and I peek my microphone. This is the like peak ASMR, you know. Welcome to the stream chat. You want to hear me swallow? Oh, you can hear it. Oh no. That's amazing. Hey, what's up, Ellen Husky Dev? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. Barathas got it too. Nice. Nisuguna says, find a cheap older model DSLR that can do raw HDMI. I think I actually have a DSLR that can do that. So I might try that out as well. Polymath Man says, nothing like a talented and gifted program as a kid to turn into I have wasted my potential adult. Yikes. Yeah, speaking of people that make loud swallowing sounds on stream, if you've ever watched Juicebox Hero stream, she drinks a lot of water on stream and she swallows really loud. That sounds really weird out of context. We're gonna pretend I didn't say that. Okay, so 1 exe exists. 2, it does not have shims as a path segment. And 3, it is not in the home directory. Yeah, I deserve that bonk. That's completely fair, chat. That's completely fair. Guess says teachers with ADHD students, they're so smart, but they just don't apply themselves. Yeah, I know that feel. I know that feel. Okay. I think I'm just gonna leave these tests alone. They don't actually change much here. But test exe exists does not exist with mock.patch.object parse shebang find executable string value is none. Oh, that just barely fits. Assert helpers 9%. That's why I'm struggling through this right now. Assert helpers.exists is false. Unit test. Damn it. Now you're 1 character too long. Dang it. Really? How do these other tests do that then? Oh, we have a separate mock and then we do the return value. I see. I think we can do that here as well. with a PyTest fixture. Find exemc. Find exemc. Return value equals none. Where shebang is not defined. Okay, cool. Gonna use that same thing there. When is Juice gonna stream again? I need a female to simp to that isn't BG. Wait, who's BG? I think Juice is gonna stream today. Knock on wood. I think Juice is gonna stream today. Don't hold me accountable to that. Don't hold Juice accountable to that, but I think she's gonna stream today. Simp for femboy Anthony. Oh no, this failed. Shit. Oh, it's gonna fail on Windows because Windows doesn't have system Node.m support. Yep, installing system Node.js on Win32 is not supported. Okay. Let's fix that other branch. Work in progress. Oh, BG is... Oh, black glasses? Wait. Wait, I'm confused. I'm very confused now. Do you mean Eric? I'm so confused. Rebase dash I origin master. We just need to skip this test if it is Windows. Yeah. That's all we need to do there. Okay, cool. So we can get back to the other branch. Get checkout, avoid shims, get reset. Oh, we're gonna rebase first. Get reset dash a soft. Is it head or head tilde? Head or head caret. Okay, so we're back to the same state we were in before. Cool. Test exe exists. False if shim. Find exemc. Return value equals foo slash shim slash Ruby. Search helpers.exe exists. Ruby is false. Oh, we should make a positive test here. Exists. Return value equals user bin Ruby. Okay, so we should have one failing test. Sorry, this should have said true. Okay. I Isaiah says, how are you confused? Yes, I'm aware he's not a female, but he is uwu. Okay, I get you, Isaiah. I understand now. That's what I was confused about. I was like, I know Eric is dude. I know he identifies as a dude. I'm like, what? But I understand. But yes, we will have there will hopefully be a programmer streaming later today by the name of Juicebox Hero. I don't know what she's gonna work on though, because it's been weeks since she streamed. Okay, false if a shim. Is there an os.path.split all or something like that? Python 3 os path. We might have to do this with regex though. I don't want to bookmark this page. Go away. Split. Split the path into a pair head and tail. Oh, it doesn't quite do what I want. Yeah, they're going to use regexes. If she doesn't stream, I'm holding you personally accountable. I just pinged her on Dick's sword and said, are you going to stream today? I promised my chat that you would stream today. She's gonna get mad at me for that, probably. But, anyway. Okay, so this doesn't quite do what we want. I wish there was like a os.path.explode or something like that. And before somebody mentions this, I bet there's some shit in pathlib for this. There's gotta be a thing in pathlib for this, right? Dry, root, anchor, parents, parent, name, suffix, suffixes. This should be a C. Stem, POSIX, URI, absolute is. Join path match. Relative with name, with stem, with suffix. Concrete paths. Oh, I thought this was a context manager. I almost got excited and I was almost going to use pathlib. Hey, what's up, Metabytes? Hello. Good to see you again. Exist, expand user glob, group, is files, mount, blah. Iter, stat, make dir, open, owner, bytes, text. Pathlib is kind of a god object. I'm not gonna lie. Doesn't have one. I could have sworn it did. Even though I don't use pathlib because fuck pathlib. Barbaz. X. Boom. I says, wait, damn it, I don't have money to simp. I just bought my clown costume. A clown costume? RJ says, wait, I zoned out and suddenly padlib, right? Beldata says, gotta go to sleep quite early because of daylight savings time. Thanks for the stream. Yes, well, thank you for stopping by, Beldata. Daylight savings time will normalize itself in 1, 2, 3, 4 days, so then we'll be back to the normal thing. Metabyte says, not much, man. Just working on this goofy project that crossed my mind. Congrats on precommits. Yes, we got precommit CI alpha out. So this is live and running people's stuff. I'm super happy about this. I mean, it still kind of looks like garbage, but it at least kind of works. Oh man, I didn't even make this look better. Oh well, I'll fix it at some point. But we're already running jobs, which is cool. Which is hype. But yeah, thank you for that. Why do you not like pathlib? I think it's unnecessary, personally. Yeah, I just think it's unnecessary. Also, it forces a bunch of people to rewrite a bunch of code. It's kind of similar to the annoyance of oh, there's stop parts. Yeah, is parts undocumented? I bet it's undocumented parts. Oh no, it's right here. Notice how the drive and local root are grouped into a single part. I wonder how it's implemented. P parts. P parts. Tuple self.parts. Parts, here we go. From parts, well that's not helpful. There's gotta be some loop with those type path that split, surely. Right? I don't know why I skipped some of those. They were definitely what I wanted to see. Nope, not that one. Not that one either. Not either. Where does this happen? Oh, parse args. Here we go. This is not the useful one. Where's parts? That's not... Flavor. I like how they use the British spelling here. Who wrote this then? Maybe this is yeah, I don't know who wrote this. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how this code works. I expect an os.path that's split in here. Oh no, it's here. Here it is. This is the code. Let's see. Are we on PathLab? I don't know. I just want to see how .parts was implemented. Because I want to check if split is a parts, or splits, sorry, shim is a part. But I've decided that we're going to use regex instead. Because fuck it. Precommit slash languages helpers import re, that's out of order. Shims re plus re dot compile / or /. Oh, it's literal. This looks so derpy. Let's do it like this instead. And we were thinking of V. I like this one because it's inconsistent and looks cool. But does raw string actually give me what I expect it does? Yeah. match Windows paths? Oh, it doesn't. What are we doing the other way? / /. This is gonna be a compiler. Yeah, this needs to be double /. Uh-huh. Ruby. Okay, so we need double / 3 forward / double /. See, found equals parts shebang that find executable. Double. If found is none, return false. Elif shims re.search found, return false, else return true. Sad no double V, yeah. I really wanted the either the V or the arrow up to work, but sadly we don't get that. No such thing for today. But you know, that's the way things go, I guess. Okay, so that next test is passing. That actually might be enough of a heuristic. Because both RBenv and nodenv, or notenv, use shims in their path. But I think we should also implement the third heuristic. Just be thorough. 3, it is not in the home directory. See, exists. It does not have shims. It is not. It's not in a shims directory. There's a API for this. Oh no! Oh no! Juice just said that she's probably not gonna stream today. So I lied to you, chat. I'm sorry, chat. Oh no. Oh well. You can hold me personally accountable, I satisfied, even though it is not my fault. It is, Amazon's fault. How could you? Why would you? Alright, there's 2 functions here. One of them is garbage, and the other one is right. Is it common path? I think common path is the good one. Common path. Reverse the longest constant path. Return value. Unlike this garbage function, this returns a valid path. Okay, so we want common path. Step path common path. Step path expand the user tilde. Under equals step path expand user tilde. Humder fin equals humder. Turn false. Not in humder. Oh, we shouldn't have written this first. Should have written our test first. Lythany says Raven Master. Polar Junctions is not like this. Polar Junction, you are an OG member of the channel. You have been here for so long. Actually, I think if you sub, you have a founder badge, right? Let's see your follow age. Polar Junction. Oh, no, that's the wrong person. Got 2 people. Wait, Polar Dev, you're in chat and you're not a follower? There we go. There we go. Wait, you've only been following for 10 months? Wait, you subbed before you followed Polar Junction? I'm so confused now. Metabytes, you're OG as fuck too. 1 year and 6 months? Damn. Oh right, the Podgrammer, it's Jay Phils is streaming tonight, so there's someone. I think it was said long before I thought, that makes sense, that makes sense. That makes complete sense. Wait, I satisfied you've only been following for 2 months? For real OG. 1 year and 3 days, Flush38. Congrats on your 1 year anniversary there. Polar Junction says, or I unfollowed likely because of blatant lie on stream. I didn't mean to lie to you. If I lied to you, Polar Junction, I'm sorry. Okay, this alcohol is pretty alcohol. Okay, test languages helpers. Test exe exists. False if home turn. Thanks, emocta, return value. Home/me/ Thunder/Ruby. Sure. Assert helpers.exe exists. Ruby is false. This should fail. If we uncomment this. Oops, that's not a command comment. Tiny microbug there, probably. Should pass. Oh no. Path takes 1 positional argument, but 2 were given. Is there a keyword only argument? Oh, it takes a sequence. Huh. TIL. Did not know it takes a sequence. That makes a lot of sense. Cool. That passes. It's okay, he didn't stream on your anniversary. It's true, although I did stream 2 days ago. Metabyte says, speaking of your stream, the number of times I pop into a random channel on Science Attack and run into somebody sporting your emotes is way higher than I expected to be. Real small worldish. Yeah. Yo, Science Tech. We're like this. We're like this. We're such a small, tight-knit community. Yeah, Science and Tech sticks together. You're right. I satisfy. It's a good group of people. I'm really happy with this category. I missed the programming category. The programming category was even better than Science and Tech, but you know, Science and Tech pretty legit. Hey, what's up? Anu88, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you are doing well. But I think this is good now. How can I test this? How can I test this? I guess I could, Podman, yes, Podman CP dot 1823 source, sure. Any dash R? No. I guess it just does recursive by default. So, in our Docker container here, did that? Where did that go? Oh, it is there. Okay, I was like, these seem wrong. rm-rf/source/cpm, just so we don't copy that for some reason. Pip install -e. Well, non-editable install. I'm confident it'll work. precommit dot. No, we're not using precommit dot languages dot ruby and node. Get version default. That's what we want to see because it's a shim and default. Fuck yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. Don't use system for ruby/node if it's a shim exe. Johaka says, what was that test you just wrote? It was so concise. Test languages helpers. So we actually just wrote all of these tests here. So basically what I'm saying here is we set something into a home directory. We pretend that the home directory is home/me. And the behavior that I'm checking here is that if the executable has a prefix of the home directory, so like if you install some binary into your home dir, it's unlikely to be a valid system executable. And so we're making sure that this exe exists is false. And we wrote these other three tests. So this first test says that if the exe is not found, it should be false. This one says if the exe is found and it doesn't fail these two conditions, it should be true.
I was referring to the juice box lie. Not that you'd slighted me sometime in the past, PogChamp.
I see, Polar Junction. Thank you for resubscribing, and ooh, look at that. Look at that sexy founder's badge you've got there, Polar Junction. Appreciate the long time support. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's technically my fault that Juice has too much work to do. But that's the way things go, I guess. Yo!
Short-term support.
Julian with the short-term support. Thank you for subscribing again. 2 months of support. Appreciate that, Julian. Always good to see you. Hello, hello. Ravenmaster says, no ducks. Yes, there were no ducks in the programming category. That's how it was different. So there's a lot of weird stuff that fits into science and technology, like farming ducks, marijuana growing, which, like, I'm completely okay with smoking weed. Like, that's go for it, man. I think marijuana should be legalized everywhere. I don't smoke weed, but I think it should be legal. I have tried a few times, but I've never gotten high, which is, you know, I guess just unfortunate circumstances, but that's the way things go. But yeah, I think that, like, if you're in a category where there's weed growing and people writing science, like technology code, people writing code and weed, I mean, they do kind of mix, but like, I don't think they should be in the same category. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Antonio? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, that's how it was different. There's a basic programming. Really? What? That's boring. Basic. There is a basic programming guide. What the fuck is that category then? I don't know. I don't know what goes on there. Koenig says, I use a command line tool which prints whether or not the latest GitHub Actions workflow succeeded via that API. Do you know if there's a similar API from GitHub for precommit CI results, or another way I can achieve this? I don't have an API for precommit CI at all yet, so there isn't a way you can get it from precommit CI or results.precommit. This doesn't currently have an API, but there's a way that you can get it from GitHub. You can query these checks APIs. And let's see, GitHub API v3 commit statuses. Yes. List commit statuses for reference. So you can use this API here to find that. I'll give you that link in chat, Koenig. But yeah, I do eventually want to make an API for precommit CI. I haven't really seen a need for it yet because it only supports GitHub, but when it supports other CI providers, it probably makes sense to do that as well. Antonio says, hello, how are you? I'm doing well. The Gel Mega. Yo, the Gel Mega. How's it going? Wait, weed what? I don't know. There's weed categories in science and technology for whatever reason. Keeping track of this account, good to see you again as well. Never gotten high. That's what all high people say. So let me tell you, I have tried many times to get blazed on the marijuana. It just hasn't worked for me. It's likely that because I took essentially amphetamines for 15 years for ADHD that, like, you know, uppers don't really do it for me at that point. But I don't know. People writing code to control their weed hydroponics equipment. I wish it was that, but no, it's literally just like, here, let's see, Twitch, science, and technology. I bet if we go to this category and I just scroll through, we'll find at least one that's like 24/7 weed growing stream. Check out us growing weed. Yeah, here we go. 19 plus 24/7 medical cannabis grow. And like, if you look at the stream, it's literally just, oh, we got an ad. Of course we got a fucking ad. You and your ads. You just haven't been smoking enough, bro? I don't know, man. I've smoked a fuck ton of weed and it did not do anything to me. It's still on the ad. It's so stupid. I don't want to show you guys someone else's ad, you know? They're getting money from me or whatever. You can afford to watch Twitch, buy this $5,000 curved monitor. No. Yeah, look, literally just like a live cam of them blowing stuff at weed. And there's 12 other people watching this. Join the community today. The 420 Dream Team. I don't know. I think this has no place on Twitch. I think it's kind of an abuse of the system. But that's just me, you know? It's just me. The weed dealer was supplying oregano. The thing is, though, the people that were giving me the weed, and this was at like parties and stuff, like they were all people that I very much trusted, and they were blazed out of their minds. I was just like, these people are funny. I don't understand why they're having such a reaction to this when I'm having literally nothing. But I don't know, one day. Someone says I just need to eat cookies, you know? Gotta eat those weed cookies. That's how you get the job done. But oh well, such is life. There's an issue for this, right? This one. 1685. Results 168. Where's my tab complete? 1658? Is that why I didn't? Okay, yeah, that's why I didn't. Good thing I checked. Okay, so we check for this still looks funny, though I wish we would have gotten the little up arrows or the little down arrows. That would have been better. But anyway, looks good. We got 3 things done on this stream. Wheat dealer was supplying oregano. Yeah, getting blazed on oregano would be fucking hilarious. I wonder if oregano smells good when you smoke it. Probably does though, right? Adrian says, my first time getting high was in 10th grade because I was hungry and bought a pancake that I didn't realize was special. Yeah, the Gel Mega, the duck and chicken streams. Yeah, fuck those. Parties, you mean like pre-pandemic parties? Yeah, the good old times. Clerics, or parties more like clerics and rogues? Yeah, pre-pandemic parties. Pre-Rona, scientists, another pandemic is coming. Politicians, who cares? It's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. It is true. Wow, I completed a patch in under 30 minutes. Amazing. Oh, 32 minutes. Oh, this is so painful. The problem is the non-Python tests and the Ruby tests and the Node tests. I really gotta. I think at some point, to make my test suite faster, I need to factor out the language-specific stuff into some sort of either like separate plugin repository or separate set of tests. The problem is it's going to complicate my coverage setup, which is going to be annoying. The John Mega says, I don't want to be overly political here, but just look at Trump disbanding the anti-pandemic team in 2018. Yeah, that... I mean, that combined with the systemic pandemic denying certainly paints some picture about the current political scheme. But yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Pretty fucked up. Okay, what was the third thing that I was gonna do? Try and reduce the Python environment size by a bunch. This one is gonna be tricky. I'm not quite sure if I'm going to be able to pull this off. Although I can assume setup tools is installed. Yeah. The problem is if we build an environment that's older than Python 3.8, I won't be able to use import lib metadata. How to reduce size by 99%, delete Python. The Jamaica, you are completely on brand every single time you show up to the stream. You're not wrong there. He's done that, he's a maniac, yeah. Icertified says, I can't wait until next Wednesday when all the voting ads and shit will just go away. Yeah. And the little banners on like everything from Discord to like, you know, any other app that you use. I don't know why I only selected Discord, but they all have like, make sure you vote ads, which are good, like get people out there and vote, but like, I wish, software engineers, please allow me to check a button that says I have already voted, and then leave me alone. Leave me alone! Okay, we're at 3 hours. I think we can try and do one more patch. Where's the master -b smaller Python repos? So, I don't think this is gonna be easy. I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish this stream. Because the trick is, I need to analyze all the things that are installed and make sure that those don't have dependencies on setup tools or wheel or pip, and then remove them. That is the actual plan, but doing that is tricky. Doing that is tricky. Michaela says, I've heard more people have already voted by now than voted for that dude in the last election. Is that true? How many votes have been cast? More than 60 million pre-election votes. That's kind of amazing. Early voting hits 50% of US ballots cast in the previous election, which is definitely more than that one dude got because he didn't have the popular vote. That's kind of nuts. The Domega says, depending on the date, I'll note the results of the US election on my birthday. I don't think we will get final results for quite a while. But yeah, I think we'll have like reasonable poll results a few days after the election, but I don't think we'll have results for a really long time. I also strongly suspect that there will be a court case to resolve the final vote, which will, you know, that won't go well, given the way the courts are stacked right now. Ugh. Line 118 is not covered. Only on Windows. Precommit languages, node 118. That line doesn't exist there. Did I look at the wrong file? Precommit languages node. $118. Oh, on the other branch. Just as I suspected. That means that the additional dependencies test is being skipped. Yeah. Sure enough, there's some weird bug on Windows with additional dependencies. Or with Node in general. It does work, but the Azure Pipelines builder is slightly broken. Yeah, wrong branch. Thank you, Melting Lava. I got there eventually. In Belgium, we don't have to worry about low voter payout. We're legally required to vote or pay the fine. Oh, that's nice. That's pretty good. Cyberbenny says, I wonder what happens after Trump doesn't accept their vote results. Yeah, it's gonna be a fucking mess. Roller says there's also news that the USPS was overwhelmed with the number of ballots. Yeah, that surprises me not at all, especially that they were partially defunded by the people, you know, systematically attempting voter suppression. This truly is the darkest timeline. I mean, the timeline could get way more dark. We'll see in a week or two. But yeah, as Solus says, if you have an absentee ballot, do not mail it. Turn it into a box at this point. Prior to now is probably fine to mail, but like, you're best to drop it off at this point. So find a drop-off box in your district and put your ballot in there. Or vote in person. One of the two. As much as I don't want to recommend people take the risk of voting in person during a pandemic, but like, if that's your only choice, do it. But yeah, this is uncovered in Windows, so I'm not quite sure how I want to do this. Hey, what's up, Valpy? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Why is this one X-failed, but the normal root node one is not? Oh, that one's X-failed too. These are all X-failed, right? Because Windows is flaky for node. That's what it is. So that test flaked. That's what happened there. Wait, but the rest of this is covered. Oh, you know what it is? I bet it's that some of the tests flake on this line here and not this line here. So I probably just need, can I no cover a just a branch? If foo equals 1 equals 0. Print hi, print hello, coverage race, coverage run SMT, coverage report. I got you. One include t.py. Okay, so if I put pragma no cover, pragma 32 no cover. So let's do pragma no cover. Sigma win 32 no cover. Okay. So I'll fix that. Democrats vote, Republicans vote, but we will make it harder to vote against us. It's kind of true. Hey, what's up, Binding R? Hello, hello. Good to see you. Well, after the election, the US will either be welcomed back to or will become the laughingstock of the world. It's already the laughingstock of the world. My building is a polling station, and today they were talking about how to handle it because of just saying, let's work from a distance. Hey, what's up, DomDF Coding? It says, reminds me of the recent Russian election. I think Russia has, I mean, I guess Russia does have similar problems, but I think they have some bigger problems. But yeah, it is very, very similar there. Okay, so that should rerun this. This should still be trying to do its 30-minute build here. We'll eventually finish there. Well, compared to Russia, in the US, your vote at least counts. Kind of. Unless the Electoral College is like, ha ha ha! Found your vote, decided it doesn't matter. Which is basically my vote in California, because, yeah. Electoral College kind of makes it. I mean, all of the local issues matter, but my vote in the presidential election is worth like 1/6 of the vote in some other states. So, not all that useful. But still vote. Just don't use that as an excuse to not vote. Get out there and vote. Okay. National popular vote, interstate compact. Yes, that is the thing that may save the vote in our time, in our lifetime. What are the yellow states? Pending. But we need more states to sign on to this to make it, you know, finalized. Essentially, if you guys don't know about this, a bunch of states have said, like, if a majority of the states sign on to say that the popular vote will be honored, then during an election, if the popular vote is won by one candidate, then this majority of states will force all of their electoral votes for that candidate. And so essentially what would happen is, like, if all of the states signed on to this, then you know, well, or sorry, if more than half of the electoral votes, more than 270 electoral or electorates signed into this, then the popular vote would become the decider in the United States. And then they could move legislature to, you know, abolish the Electoral College entirely. But this is kind of a bit of a loophole that allows states' rights, which, you know, ties all the way back to the Federalist Papers, which allows state rights to decide an election. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Bobby CVI and the Rob White Twitch? Thank you both for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, this has been more politics than usual. I don't usually like to talk about politics, but this is important. Okay, so this part's gonna be tricky, which is gonna be looking at this. Let's write just a little script. Of course, we already have a script here. I don't remember the package resources API. Python 3-m pydoc package resources. Oh, that's not my virtual lab. I think it's fine distribution. Oh my god. I know I can do this. Oh, that's not the thing I want. Holy dear god, there's a lot of names here. It is get distribution. Did I just typo that? Oh, I did find distribution. So that's how we can do it in package resources. System version info is greater than or equal to 3.8. Find packages. Oh, we want to loop through everything. Oh, that's actually going to be more tricky. We need to loop through everything inside packages and see what it depends on. Do I do this in a different way? Do I just manually parse them? So get side packages, directory, virtualenv. I don't find the location of my site packages directory. Global, we don't want that. Why are you a list? That's not what I want. With virtualenv, get site packages is not available. Get Python lib. Okay, that is the right value. So we will be using that. I was not aware that California wanted to abolish the electoral college. Yeah, it makes the most sense. California is also the one state that, if it could become independent, would still be the 5th largest economy in the world, below Germany but above India. That's fucking wild to me. That's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna go fill up my water. I will be right back. I think we're gonna be able to iterate through site packages and find stuff that way. But I'll see you guys in a bit. Actually, I just thought about another way that we can do this that doesn't involve writing all this super hacky code. And that is that virtualenv has a option to use symlinks to these packages, and the symlinks would reduce the artifact size significantly. And let's see if I remember how it works. Virtualenv help. Symlinks, that's not it. Try to use symlinks rather than copies. Default true, so it's not that one. Symlink app data. Symlink app data. I think that would maybe work. Maybe. New York City could become an independent, still be the 14th largest economy. That's amazing. 99 993 Rizik says, which license is your open source code under? I'm assuming it's the GPL v3. I do not like the GPL. I find that it is more obnoxious than it is beneficial. So I open source all of my software under the MIT license. Similar to this. This is funny. The precommit dev team, Anthony Satilli and Ken's choice, way back in 2014. Ken really hasn't worked on this in 5.5 years, but that's a hot take. Mind elaborating? I find that GPL makes it very difficult for, intentionally makes it difficult for enterprises to use your software. It also makes it nearly impossible, without the linking exception, to utilize your software in other code bases without having to rewrite their licenses. And I don't know, in general, I just find that the types of licenses which are infectious are, they do more harm than good, in my opinion. But I don't know, that's my thoughts. Having tried to work at a company and utilize some open source software that was GPL'd, and then being unable to do so and unable to produce code that was similar to what it did, because my brain had been tainted by looking at their source code, and then having to explain in words to someone else how to build software that did the same thing without telling them how the source code works. It was just a whole fucking bunch of hullabaloo just to try and adhere by a license when a more permissive license is, in my opinion, just as good. But I don't know. That's my thoughts. You don't have to agree with me. Hey, what's up, Andy Whoop? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Just use ISC. It's MIT, but without the now unnecessary part of MIT. Which part is unnecessary? I guess we could diff ISC license. Look at the difference. Oh, I see. It is without this part here. Cool. That makes sense. Animite says, one day I will successfully spell parameterize right on the first try in PyTest. Yeah, I want to make it spelled params, and then we never have to talk about it again. But I have not put the work in to do that yet. It's gonna be a lot of documentation, kind of a slow migration, but I think eventually spelling it params instead of parameterize spelled wrong, yeah, it'll be better. It's used to spread free software. I don't see the issue. I'd rather have my code be repurposed for an open source project than get turned into a proprietary bloated piece of crap. Well, here's the thing with GPL3, even if you have the proper linking exception, or even without the linking exception, what someone can do is they can build an open source piece of tooling that exposes your your GPL code as a web service or as a binary, and then their software can call that binary or web service and completely obviate your whack-ass GPL license. So even if it's meant to spread free software, you can still cheese your way around it by sub-processing or using a web API for it, and nothing in the license prevents that. And so it's really at this point just a dick-waggling concept by RMS and his cronies. So I really sure, it has a good idea, but it's implemented in such a way that it's poisonous and unnecessary, because you can just cheat it anyway. But I don't know, those are my opinions, controversial opinions. I feel sorry I'm getting so worked up over this, but I just really don't like talking about licenses. Hey, what's up, Erdaltskinson? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. DomDF Coding says, fewer characters sounds better than more characters regardless of the spelling. Yeah, well, also params is just a lot easier to think about, The John Mega says, I see GPL as a license that infects everything. Yeah, exactly. In other words, GPL is the corona of licenses. Yeah. Okay, so disutil sysconfig. I think virtual actually patches this. Oh, but we were trying to use the the original we have symlink app data. Okay, so that actually works. But how do we bake this into the image? Because now if we look at the size of this virtual env, it is much smaller, and that's because the setup tools and wheel and pip are all symlink, so they're not actual distributions here. Julian says, had to leave mid-Trump rant, came back mid-Stalin rant. Things really went downhill. That's funny. Okay, we're done with the license rants. Now we're on to symlink shenanigans. Distutils precedence. Wow, everything is symlinked in here. What is this distutils precedence? Oh, this is the setup tools hack. Oh, there's trailing whitespace here. Somebody want an easy patch to fix trailing whitespace? And an unnecessary semicolon? I wonder where this comes from. I bet it's from virtual env. Githubcom, papier, virtual env. Hey, what's up? Erlich Ma, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. What was the thing in here? Setup tools use distutils. It's not in virtual env. Huh. Kind of surprised. That's fine. Yeah, there's a better way to do this. Do this. Code equals. Please do not replicate this behavior. Okay. You can do this and then do ETH. It's interesting because I'm pretty sure they copied this from a piece of code that I wrote. Exec. Is this Python 3.6 plus or is this 3.5 plus? +3.6, yo, dope. Although I bet they do a check in here for the version. No, they don't. Okay. Code bang R. Anyway, this is how I would do this instead of the way they did it. That way it doesn't have to worry about trailing whitespace here, but who cares? Who actually cares? No one actually cares. A little bit of trailing whitespace never hurt anyone. I mean, it did. Surely it has at some point. If I ever wanted to, if I make something that I wouldn't want to be proprietary, which I will probably never do, I would go with ISC. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, we're done with licensing. I'm not going to talk about licensing. Done. Ignoring the rest of the licensing things. Although WFPL is pretty funny. I'll agree there. Okay, so precommit CI. In theory, I should be able to set was it virtual env symlink app data? Yeah. So let's try that. I think I should actually split this out here. Virtual symlink data equals 1. Run this. So this should put this puts it in a weird spot. Because we're gonna be running as users that are not not always this user. So it won't be cached in that way. Oh, this is actually kind of tricky. Basically need to put, I wonder if virtualenv lets you set its directory in a particular way. Oops. Virtualenv seed cacher. Probably just follows xtg. To override the file system location of the seed cache, one can use virtualenv override app data. Virtualenv override app data equals virtualenv. Let's see, I'll have virtualenv data. No, it's not PyTest here. We'll see what happens there. Vidor says, what Python tool can I use to query PyPI packages? Pip sucks for that. It just shows the name in the short description. So there is a PyPI API. Though it only supports two things right now. It only supports the package name, and, or the package info, and the release information. There isn't a search API, but you can do what pip does, which is curl this URL, pypi.org/simple. I'm just gonna look at the top 200 lines because this file is actually huge. Curl location. And that'll list all of the packages and names, and then you can take these names and use the secondary JSON API to get more information there. But yeah, there used to be an XML API, but the XML API is just gone. I love this person's package name. That's amazing. But yeah. iCertified says you should make the ultimate license and license. No, I'm not gonna make my own license. I'm not a lawyer. Yeah, what's up, Danny Boomberg? Hello, hello. Good to see you. Heap1 says, don't you get an error when you start the command with ampersand, ampersand? Yes, I will get an error, Heap1. You're right. I'm gonna let it run until it gets to the error. But yes, I know what you're saying now because I had run ampersand ampersand thing because I just copy and pasted the line. But you're right. That should error. Also, I believe it might have an ampersand ampersand at the end as well. So I probably goofed there. Although I think the other thing that you're referring to, I actually did a video about, but I don't remember the title of that video. But let me find that. This one, which explains why I do the syntax in that particular way. Where I have, you know, this is the no-op command, and then I'm anding it here. But you are... Oh, I did fix it. Oh, this is wrong, though. This will maybe be an error. I need to remove this line here. But we'll see what happens when this finishes building. But yeah, the backslash stuff is pretty cool. Isn't there a tool that makes the API available in a more user-friendly way? I don't know, I only know about pip search. Which, you know, isn't all that useful. Got all these other things. I love how there's a bunch of like clones of precommit that are like kind of not perfect. But this was actually the original build of precommit that supported types, and it was originally done in a separate package to prototype it, and then it was so good that it had to be in core. But my friend Chris made this, so that's what that package is about. But anyway, there's a bunch of stuff going on here. But you're right, it only has name, version, and description, which isn't all that useful. Julian says there's pipinfo if you want those kinds of queries. Oh, cool. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, yeah, but here's the syntax error that we had here. Gotta fix this there, and then rebuild this. Hey, what's up, Benja Jovial? Hello, hello. Which is from the BigQuery thing. Oh, the BigQuery thing, indeed. This is taking forever. What is going on here? That's weird. Okay, let's run our test and see what we get here. Actually, let's put a breakpoint after it has done the build. So I want to see what it produces. Bin test. Bin test. We're off to a good start. Oh, right. I run Podman, so I need this special Podman option. It's like, I didn't expect it to fail so quickly. Hey, what's up, the Devil Kid? Hello, hello. Good to see you. No module named pip. Why does this fail in Docker? It's very strange. Very strange. Very, very strange. That doesn't make any sense. Cryptic Safe says pip not mapped. It should just be in, like, it's really just running in the container. It means that, it probably means that there's a bug in virtualenv. But we can do this. Docker run test bash. We can, oh, we need to mount something. This should succeed. It's really just a source directory mounted in here. It should set up a bunch of stuff in /pc. My satisfied says, is there a way to delete a selection, Babby? Yeah, you can do. So you have a bunch of lines, and you have something selected. You can do Control K. Yeah, what the fuck? This worked. Why? Why did you work? Oh, I know why. I know why. User dash map. The user ID map. Oh, where was lag? User ns equals keep ID. This will change me to a non-root user. And if we look in PC, oh wait. PC should be empty. Cool. Well, somewhere in here, there's something that's not readable, right? Look. Oh, I'm out of that read only. We want this read right. Yeah, it's cut on GitHub. I satisfied. Yeah, this is weird. Oh, I can't edit this. Oh, I can exec though. That seems like a hack. I feel like that should not be allowed. We'll just install Babby. That's easier. Everything here looks fine so far. Yeah, those symlinks are just super wrong. Why are the symlinks wrong? This is definitely a bug in virtualenv. But how do I minimize the bug? We have this directory. It should be in wheel. Wheel 3.8. Image 1. Symlink pip install. Yeah, so we should see all of these things in here. But why is it made those siblings. Why is it in temp? This temp path doesn't make any sense at all. What is in that directory? Temp G. I don't even know where that comes from. I don't see that anywhere. Okay, let's make a minimal reproduction without involving precommit. Ubuntu focal run apt-get update apt-get non-interactive apt-get install -y no install recommends. We need Python 3, we need curl, we need CA certificates. Clean rlib app lists, and we need to env virtual env This is the part of the stream where y'all get quiet somehow. It seems to happen every stream, like right around the 3 hour and 40-minute mark, chat just like zoop. I'm not complaining, I guess. It just seems a little bit different. So we'll do run curl location silent output virtualenv.py. Really listening to you think and code, I see. Bootstrap.pyk.io virtualenv.py. And Python 3 virtualenv.py/vm and vm then pip install virtualenv rm-f, or we don't need -f, virtualenv.py. We can actually do a little trick here to put the virtualenv on the path for this. So this will automatically resolve to the virtualenv's pip. User repopulate data cache run virtualenv flat symlink add data. Put this up here. Okay, so this should work, hopefully. Docker build-t test dot. I'm just gonna let you finish, I see. What's up, Panzese, who says hello, hello. How's it going? The Dolmaya says, sorry, I'm more focused on working on my compiler instead of normal trying to roast you when using Python. I see. I says, Fred says, also trying to figure out how to undo and redo without asking by looking at the Babby code because I don't know what the fuck MU is the meta key. The meta key is Alt. So if you want to undo, it's Alt U or Alt Shift U. to redo. And Alt E is for is the nano keyboard shortcut for that. Ah, fuck, I forgot this utils. God damn. I'll try that again. Bingtron says, could it just copy from the left side? Yeah, probably. You're right, Jengtron. Now everyone type in chat so that Anthony can't follow it, right? Virtual Nev. Did I type virtual Nev somewhere? These look right. We'll see in a sec. The other server says, sorry I fell asleep. I came home from work, had dinner, and then started your stream while lying in bed. Yeah, I know that feel. Oh, I see. There it is. Virtual Nev. Thank you. Thank you for that, Benjo Jovial. Gotta hope that's intentional. That'd be amazing if that was intentional. Why don't you make that more obvious? Wait, which thing? Which thing? Am I satisfied? Oh, the M? The meta thing? I don't know, that's just a standard, If not found. Oh, that should be bin pip. Didn't catch that one, chat. Yeah, I don't know, I should probably, like, put something in the docs that say, like, M is meta. Okay, cool, we have a reproduction. Let's make this more apparent so that I can make a bug report, because I want to use this feature. I'm gonna say all temp test lib Python 3.8 / site packages. Yeah, that's just completely bogus. I wonder if we do this. This should get permission denied. Oh, wait. No, that shouldn't matter. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, we have reproduction. I can go to my good friend Gabernat. Cat Dockerfile. IPA/virtualev. Oh, they have a bunch of new air shoes. Symlink ab data. Causes pip wheel. Setup tools to link to random tempter. Describe the expected behavior. Expect symlink. Do you like how the bottom of this window is wiggling as I type? Do you guys see that? Do you see the wiggle? It's very subtle. Symlink app data to work when creating a virtual app environment. I've got a Docker image for you. Smile. Output of the virtual app creation. Fuck. Dash VV, sure. Dash VV with traceback. Oh, no. Give me a butt ton of output here. Oh, since it didn't, oh, I forgot to change it here. Of course, VB with traceback. That's gonna give us too much output there. I didn't know what key was and I was losing my mind, I see. I mean, Polymathic Man says, does Babby have key binding support? It does not yet. I may add that at some point, but it currently does not have keybind support. Note here that I am trying to populate the cache using the root user and then having an unprivileged user utilize that cache later on. I like to use this to speed up precommit CI by 80 to 90% for Python environment download. Target debug. Data folder has no write access. That's fine, I think. Does that make it just ignore it? That does make it ignore it, but it shouldn't just crash. That's shitty. This is gonna turn into a feature request, but it also shouldn't just crash. It shouldn't just break. So there's a bug and a feature here, I guess. But anyway. Ecode says, hey there, it's code to use Ubuntu. How do you split the terminal? Also, can you share any cool features about Ubuntu or what you're using? I use very, very vanilla Ubuntu. I am running Ubuntu on Windows. You can actually learn about my setup in this video. But yeah, I manually arranged my windows. I use a fork of the terminal such that I can tab tear. That's probably my only actual customization here from, you know, basic vanilla Ubuntu. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward here. Amy says, keyboard is crazy. I'm here to watch and learn Python in between C++. Nice. Well, thanks for stopping by. But I don't know. I think I'm at the point where I'm gonna wait for Gabber Burnett to answer this before I make some really fucking hacky, terrible thing. I will put a comment here. So I noticed that it skips the adapter if it isn't writable. I would like to be able to reuse a read-only cache. So I guess there's both a bug and a feature request here. If symlink app data is not allowed, it should not symlink to some arbitrary temporary free. So this is the bug part. Bug. Feature allow read-only data cache directory. But yeah. Zombie says, wait, what? VirtualBox? No Hyper-V? So I assume you're saying like no Windows subsystem for Linux, and the reason I don't use a different virtualization technology is I'm familiar with VirtualBox, and every time I've tried the other ones, like VMware, things just did not work right for me. But that was many, many years ago. But at this point, I've just kind of like stuck to it and that sort of deal. But also, the other question is, why aren't you using Windows subsystem for Linux? And the reason for that is I have other virtual machines and Hyper-V interferes with them, so I can't like have a Windows VM or a FreeBSD VM. I can only have Linux VMs, so that's why I do that. Benja Jovial says, capitalize the first of those sentences, please. No. You are not familiar with the brand of this channel where we don't capitalize sentences. I don't know why I capitalized this one. Ignore that one. That sentence was off-brand. This sentence I didn't write. I capitalized the word I. Okay, but anyway, this sentence is non-canon. But I usually don't capitalize stuff. I don't like pressing the shift key. Issue 2000. Oh, it is exactly issue 2000. That's pretty cool. Hey, this passed now. Yay. This failed. No. Why you fail? Windows, of course it's Windows. Probably because paths don't have the same drive. That is not the error that I expected here. Oh, you know what it is? The home directory on those is some other path. Let's see. I guess it's good that raises an exception, because that's something I also have to check for as well. I guess we'll fix that before we're done. The lack of capital letters reminds me of my mom. See, I turn off auto caps on my phone too. I feel like capitalization's for boomers. Hey, what's up, Rodskin Home? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hey, what's up, Cryptic Safe? Hello, hello. Hankin says, "How does your daily day look like?" You mean like what do I do right now? Oh, let's see. What does my routine kind of look like? I usually get up at 8ish. On stream days, I will. On stream days, well, most days I try and exercise in the morning. So I try and exercise, from around like 9 to 10:30 or 9 to 11. Which is usually either bike machine, running, or biking. Recently, I've been bike machining a lot. Then I will usually eat lunch or eat breakfast and then take a shower. And if I stream, I spend, the hour before stream doing like stream prep stuff. And then my afternoon is either like working on projects. Lately, it's been a lot of just like working on precommit CI. Or hanging out with Juicebox Hero. That's basically my days right now. Hey, what's up, JL? Hello, hello. Good to see you again. I don't mean that in like a super negative way about capitalization being for boomers, but I think it's funny. JL says, development is so crappy on Windows, I don't understand how people write applications for that OS, right? John Mike is gonna leave. Well, thanks for stopping by. I'll see you around. Mila says, I'm a boomer and I don't use capitalizations. I see. That's fair. That's fair. I guess you're not a nighttime programmer. I program at night as well sometimes. Sometimes I'll be like really invested in a project that I think is super interesting and I'll be up until like 4 in the morning just being like, this is so cool. I'm so happy working on this. Then I'll be like, oh shit, it's 4 in the morning. No. Yeah. What was I doing? Oh, we were fixing this same path, same drive thing. Yeah. What is the raise? Value error? I guess I should merge the other patch though, right? Did I already merge it? I did already merge it. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Avoid shims. Them in the same order as they are above. Try accept value error. Is it ever possible that the home directory will be the empty string? I hope not. That would be weird. That's not what I expected. Speaking of weird Windows bugs, I found an interesting one the other day. That I'm sure there's some bugging software that's going to run into this at some point. It's admittedly a bit of a weird edge case. But if we take this code on Windows, oops, paste, for os.path, and we make these two directories. Actually, let's go to a temp directory. Oh my god, why do I have 20 Twitter notifications? What the 20 plus? What did I do? Did I still have this set up from before? No, I don't. So we make that directory, and we make this directory, which are two separate directories. You can see we have two directories here. If we do dir, we get less dir output. Yeah, there we go. So we see we have two different directories here. And then we open up Python. T1 equals this. Paste that. T2 equals this one. T1 equals T2. So these are two different paths. But if we use os.path.norm case, they are suddenly the same. The same is also true if we use norm path. So the path normalization, even though this is a case-insensitive operating system, is incorrectly altering the case of these. So these two end up being... Oh wait, norm path says false. Oh right, because norm path doesn't do norm casing. But anyway, there's a little micro bug here with norm case, which is a mess. But anyway, iSatisfied says, Mila, you have 3 capitalized letters in your name. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, encoding mess. Ass directories? Yeah, I guess this would be ass directories. Loro says, gotta go. See you later. Well, thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the pog. Cheat95 says, oh no, split keyboard. Yeah, if you want to check out more about the keyboard, we got a fancy command for it. Hey, what's up, Alex? Hello, hello. Good to see you again. Okay, but fuck that. Anyway. I guess we can just do none. Common, optional, stir. So we're always doing this work here, but I think it's, I mean, it's string operation, so it's super cheap. Hopefully that's fine. Ecode says, what are your thoughts on learning how to program by using Pygame and following tutorials? I have not done anything with Pygame, so unfortunately I don't have any advice there. We can do this all as one if statement. This is a bunch of Boolean operations. Return and is none and not shims re.search found. And common does not equal home dir is not in the home directory. I just realized that this comment up here is kind of useless now because we've put it below. Pragma POSIX no cover. I guess we could on Windows different drives raise value error. Make a test for that. Test easy exists. Common path raises value error. With mock.patch.object os.path common path side effect equals value error cert helpers.exe exists ruby is true. Cert false is true. I must have flipped the Boolean logic. Hincode says, what is this new annotation? Explains. Bye-bye. Check out these videos. Check out the second video first. It talks about a little bit of an intro to typing in MyPy. I must have flipped this. Well, now I'm just confused. Let me read the test output. Oh, this should be is not none. Shit. If found is none, return false. We gotta do this beforehand because otherwise this call right here will find those and give you a type error instead. I guess I could also catch type error. This seems less easy exists. This seems more I wrote some JavaScript recently and it has poisoned me. Okay. That was good. The problem is we need to actually make sure that it does not raise those errors in the other cases, because right now it does on editor pipelines. mock.patch.object os.path spin user muck yield muck under muck. See, can we just make it always return homedir/me? I think we can. I'm just gonna do this so that's a slightly more a slightly stronger assertion here on what we're mocking out here, because we are, you know, faking this value. To be something else. I just completely forgot the box there, and it passed because on my system Ruby is true. Well, that was dumb. Okay, cool. What's up, Virus020? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That should be good. And if we rebase and push that, we should be in a good place. Hey, what's up, Socks1? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. But I think we are at a good place to stop for today. I got 2 of the 3 things done that I wanted, and oh, maybe Gabriel has replied to this. I think it should raise an error only if it needs to write to the cache, but allow symlinking into a read-only cache directory. Ideally, I would like it to raise an error only if it needs to write to the cache, but allow symlinking into the read-only cache directory. The other server says, can you explain why you rebased after amend? Yeah, I noticed here that it said you have 1 and 2 different commits each, so this is saying that I'm 2 commits behind master, so that's why I rebased. It wasn't actually necessary, but I just did it anyway. Hey, what's up, A. McGregor? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Pretty Safe says, if you're really looking into getting into space side, check out this article, Why Learning Code is So Damn Hard, as it lays out what happens during the learning process and some common hurdles. Nice, awesome. Thank you for the link as well. I followed just because of the keyboard. Which keyboard? This keyboard? This is the cool keyboard, right? No. I know why. It's this keyboard here. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna wrap up there for today. So let me do my little spiel, and then we'll send you guys off to another channel. But my name is Anthony. I upload educational content to YouTube. That's youtubedl.com/AnthonyWritesCode. So these are like tutorial-like videos and other stuff where I kind of explain, you know, topics in Python, Git, DevOps, etc. I also upload my previous streams there, so if you want to check older content, you could check that out as well. I stream on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. However, this week we're not going to be doing Friday and Saturday because I'm going to be going on vacation. So the next stream will be on next Monday. But I announce my streams in two places. One of them is on Twitter, and that's twitter.com/codewithanthony. And the other one is Discord, where basically I'll let you know, like, I'm going to be streaming such amount of time, and then I talk about, you know, what I'm going to work on. So today we worked on, actually did do this today. Sometimes I don't actually get stuff done, but today was pretty productive. But yeah, leave a follow there, join the Discord. It's a small programming Discord where we talk about, you know, fun code and stuff. And there's, you know, memes, and if there's a beginners channel as well if you want to ask questions about learning to program and other stuff. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. Let's go find someone to raid.